We will call to order this regular Board of Selectmen regular meeting for Wednesday, February 26th at 5:01. First order is first Selectman report. First, I'd like to just, again, send condolences to the family of Joe Crisco, Senator Joe, State Senator Joe. For over 30 years was a dedicated, particularly to senior causes and insurance causes, and served on the board here for 6 years. It's obviously very, very sad news from my perspective. Haven't seen Joe in quite some time. There will be services for Joe at Assumption Church on Saturday at 10 o'clock.
10:30.
I'm sorry?
10:30.
10:30, thank you very much. And I'm sincere when I say we'll miss him. We have missed him, so. The other item that's hot off the presses is that we had a bit of a stir at our center building. We did close our center building today, and the reason being that there were some tests done in room 14 at the center building, which is one of the rooms on the second floor. It's the old part of the building, the original part of the building. And there were some air quality tests done there as a result of some of the people who worked there saying they felt it would be a good thing to do. The air quality tests came back clean, but we also went forward with doing what they call a surface test swipe. And that the results of that test did identify that there was some asbestos on some of the surfaces in that room, in different areas of that room. So after considering talking to Brad and a number of other people, the environmental people who we were speaking with, we thought, and because we do have a child center in that facility, we thought it best that we close the building in its entirety, including the gym and the senior center. And I say that specifically because those areas had been tested in the last 18 months as a result of the renovations that were done there. So those were tested, and they were obviously not seen to be any kind of a problem. But we thought in the interest of public safety that we would close the entire building. And we immediately we got resources so that we can start testing immediately tomorrow. We will be testing all areas of the building, both for air and surface, to see if there's anything more than what there is. We will, regardless of what we find, we will have to identify what the source was, and then we will have to do the necessary remediation as is required, and that's what we'll do. So, but being that the testing that needs to be done, it really means that the building won't be open until the very earliest, the beginning part of next week. And obviously, depending on what we find there, it'll determine what course of action we take from that point. So we have been in touch with a number of residents who have been impacted. We've also been in touch with a number of parents who are impacted by this, and certainly feel for the situation out there. And we're going to help the Woodbridge Child Center in any way we can in terms of identifying contingencies should this go beyond what we're talking about right now. And they are obviously dealing with it from their perspective. So if there's any questions or any concerns about that, if you want to discuss it further, we can. We will be amending the agenda somewhat because the Conservation Commission asked if we can move their agenda item to March, since they were waiting for an individual who's not available today. And so if we wanted to have additional discussion on this, by all means, we could vote to amend the agenda and put it on there. So the other item I just wanted to also mention was that we have been working on plans internally from an internal town hall perspective, on moving our animal control department from being on their own to under the police department, which is a situation that exists for many animal controls in the state. That's something that we're looking to do on a quick turnaround. We've been working on it for a while. We're hoping that we can get this completed in March. Obviously need to have a personnel meeting in order to finish this and make it happen. So we're looking to have that set up for within the next week or so that we can get this going. And we're fortunate in that we do have Deputy Chief Ron Smith, who has had experience in Hampden with dealing with animal control. So we feel this is a great direction for us to take. Animal control is also very excited about it. It puts some guidelines and some structure behind some of the things they're doing, and adds to the safety aspect of what they're doing as well. So that's something that you'll be hearing more about once the Personnel Committee meets, but I did want to let you know that that's something that we're looking at. One other item that I did want to just mention is that one of the things we've mentioned in the past, or I've mentioned in the past, is the possibility of adjusting hours, for example, at the transfer station. And that is something we'll continue to look at. It likely be on our next agenda or one of the near agendas, specifically to discuss that. And it's less of a budget cutting item than it is, otherwise we would push it a little harder, but more than a resource reallocation opportunity. And after having talked to all those people who are involved, it seems that there will be a great benefit to the town if we're able to do that, particularly as relates to care for our different properties during the summertime, where it's very, very difficult from a landscaping standpoint and a property maintenance standpoint, for us to do everything that needs to be done. So, if there are, that's it for my opening remarks. If there's nothing else, we'll move on to our next item, which is our esteemed Superintendent, Vonda Tenza.
Good evening, everybody. So I'd like to start with our enrollment. We are currently, as of February 1st, we monitor our enrollment at the first of every month. We are at 875, so we continue to be full and happy. I want to start off with just a thank you to the Board of Selectmen and the Board of Finance, because of your support through some of your extra ARPA funds that you had. You allowed us to kind of lean on you, and Donna and Vito were very instrumental in helping us secure and install some ADA compliant doors with a push button that still honor all of our security measures, but in the North Office allow anybody who needs the assistance to get in through our layers to be able to do so, you know, in a safe and efficient manner. So we appreciate that. And also with some of those funds that you had that you shared this spring, we will resurface our north playground with a poured rubber surface, which has been much needed and greatly appreciated. So, you know, we can't do everything within our own budget parameters, and we appreciate the partnership that you offer us. So thank you with that. The 100th day of learning has come and gone, and you know, you may not notice that here. We're year-round workers, but the little ones notice it at our building. We celebrate the 100th day of school across the state of Connecticut in a variety of ways, and everybody's 100th day is a little different in terms of where it falls on the calendar. We had crowns, we had countings, we had 100 exercises in groups of 10. And, you know, their idea of a jumping jack in kindergarten is very different than mine. You know, I had one little girl, and she was, it was really funny. She was counting 100 pennies. When she got to 100 pennies, she proudly turned to me and she goes, "Does that mean I have $100? And I
Don't we wish?
I just crushed her. I crushed her. I said, "No, it means you have $1." And then I left. I didn't know what to say to that. So, teaching and learning is happening at BRS. It is the mid-year point, so there's a lot of mid-year meetings. Our administrators have been honoring our teachers' work at the mid-year point with our new evaluation plan, meeting with them. The teachers are sharing the great things that they are doing. The staff, the paras have mid-year meetings. You know, I have them with the administrators, and we monitor our data and see how our children are doing. Donna monitors the budget at this point of the year a little bit more carefully, and all systems look great. So, space needs, again, many of you, I don't need to really share this, but I do want to document the fact that, you know, Antonazzi and Associates presented on the 12th of February. Many of you, if not all of you, were there. And I thought it was a great presentation. I thought it was informative. And for me, the most beneficial part was the common language that everybody heard. Everybody heard the same messages. They saw the same pieces of information. And once you have that same vocabulary, you can start to have conversations that share a common thread. So while we may not always agree on anything, having the common vocabulary is critical. So I appreciated the fact that everybody showed up, everybody listened, and there will be, you know, at least one more of these meetings, if not more, a lot more information. No decisions have been made. You know, that's the town's building. The school is the town's building, and the town with the community input will, you know, make a best decision. even our students had a little bit of input, so I thought that that was great. And I know our budget is continuing in its process in your hands, and we appreciate that as well. It's a tough time of the year. You have a lot of meetings, and I appreciate your time that you invest into our community. You know, I do want to share, I shared Monday morning with my Board of Education chair and our Board of Education. I shared with them Monday night, and our community and our staff. I did make the decision to retire at the end of this year in June. I've been in education 37 years, and never in a million years did I think that I would be retiring right now. I have many blessings in my family, and, you know, an upcoming wedding. I had some significant losses that I have to take the time to process. And when I took this job, you know, I shared with the staff that my priorities are self, so that you can take care of your family, so that you can enjoy and perform in your career. And I want to be the very best I can be. I will be for you. But I do need to take the time to celebrate some wonderful family things and work through, you know, some of the losses that I've had. So never did I think I would be at this point, not dancing yet. But I do share with you that I have enjoyed every second of working with you. This is the best job I've ever had, best town I've ever been in. You are very special. And I know that you will continue to be successful in this district. Still pushing my children to move here. So, thank you. I don't know if anybody had any questions or.
Thank you for your partnership as well. It certainly has worked well both ways. And I personally have had, it's been a pleasure to work with you, and I really appreciate everything that you brought to it.
Like you and Tony have been a dream. I thank you. Like, very communicative, very open, very supportive. This leadership style is really what your community deserves and needs. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Have a great night.
Linda, I just want to say congratulations to you as well.
Thank you. I'm not
Indeed.
feeling it yet, but I know I will. I'm healthy. I'm fortunate. I cannot complain. And as my husband said, he said, you know, you do have 37 years in. You could go. It hadn't occurred to me, but no, I shall. So thank you.
I'm jealous.
Yeah.
Didn't you retire once already?
Easy,
Got a house
easy.
in Florida you can clean up.
All right, our next item on the agenda is related to the Board of Assessment appeals process. So everyone's aware, on a general basis, in looking at the past assessment appeals that we've had, Tony Belinsky has been very much involved in those, and she's indicated to me that generally speaking, we get about 15 to 20 appeals in a year. And there's generally 3 to 6 dates that are established for the board to review and deliberate on. This year, we're at 12 times that number, which is about 250, just short of 250 appeals. So that being the case, there's a greater load that needs to be dealt with. So it seems appropriate for us to consider an extension, and the state certainly grants an extension for extenuating circumstances and this certainly qualifies. And they specifically outline that there is a 1-month extension for extenuating circumstances, a 2-month extension for revaluation year extenuating circumstances. So we plan to take advantage of that. The Board of Assessment Appeals feels that they should take advantage of that. The process dictates that they send a letter requesting that to the chief executive, in this case to me, to the first selectman, and the first selectman will determine whether we want to grant the extension, and then let the OPM office know that it's done within 2 weeks. And that process, if you're looking for details on it, was just added to your packet this afternoon, so it should be in there. I am inclined to agree that we need an extension. So they are meeting tomorrow. Tomorrow they're having a meeting specifically and we're not necessarily certain that it's required, but we felt it would be best if they got together, met, voted, sent something to me, and then I'll be sending it out requesting the extension. So wanted everyone to be aware that this was happening, and be aware that there's quite a number of appeals that are going to be considered between now and May. So, any questions?
Mika, can I just ask, that's an extension for the Board of Assessment Appeals to meet but the time at which you can file for an appeal has already passed, and that is not being extended.
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay. So
There
it's
is
just,
not,
it's just to process the requests that are already in.
to collect, to process, to meet, to process, and to deliberate and deliver the findings, yes. Correct.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Any additional questions, Andrea?
No, I wanted to know the impact for the applicant, the appealers. But that covered it.
Okay,
Thank you.
sounds good. All right, next item on the agenda relates to the Green Sky Solar Lease, and this goes back to having heard from Adam Teff and Green Skies as relates to the solar installation at the Country Club, which would be done on a land lease basis. We've been going back and forth with negotiating.
Country club or transfer
No,
station?
this is transfer station. Did I say Country Club?
Yes.
What do you know? Just want to make sure everybody's paying attention. No, it is at the transfer station. Thank you. And it is, I think everyone we did put the information back in there. And at this point in time, what we need to do is what I'd like to do is send it over to our town planning and zoning, specifically for the 824 on land use. And this is something, because it is a lease, that will take a town meeting. It will have to go to a town meeting. It is also something that Green Skies would like us to move as quickly as possible on. And I'm working with them in terms of what that actually means from a timing perspective. So, but we do need to start by sending this over to TPZ. So I'll entertain a motion for us to make that happen.
Can I?
So moved.
Oh.
Well, we can have more discussion, but
Yeah.
yeah, I'll make the motion that we send the Green Sky Solar lease at the transfer station to a TPZ for 824 referral.
I'll second.
Open to discussion.
Thank you. Has legal counsel reviewed
Yes.
this already?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the lease itself, and nothing, the lease will, I think we did put it in the packet, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's
so-
in there.
Yeah, and that's gone back and forth quite a bit in
Okay.
terms of legal. And I will take a moment to give kudos. Doug Lamont, right? Yeah,
It's Nick Lamonte and Doug Lamont.
Lamont, yes.
Sorry,
Okay.
I got their last names right.
But I just wanted to point out that he was very helpful, because he actually considered this beyond the realm of just negotiating Ts and Cs. He's worked with other communities, so he actually contributed different clauses. For example, if they're late, different clauses if something happens that were not obviously there, and not necessarily things that we would have thought to include. So kudos to him. It was really an eye-opening process, and I think we were very well cared for in terms of what the lease ended up looking like. Very safe in terms of what the lease ended up looking like.
And then Mika, could you just describe the process after TPZ reviews it? What's next?
We would, at that point in time, legal would give us the appropriate course of action as relates to setting up there's guidelines associated with setting up the town meeting itself, and time constraints, things of that nature that we would have to do. We would vote on it, obviously, that we want it to go this, so it really comes back to us to determine that we want to move forward with this.
Okay.
So, and then from there, we follow the process associated with what the charter says we need to do in terms of leases.
Okay, thank you.
Any other
Can I
comments?
ask a
Yes?
Yeah, can I ask a question, just in terms of what we're doing tonight is we're sending it, the site plan portion of the proposal to TPZ for review, then it comes back to us, and at that point, are we going to be voting on the actual contract? We're not doing that tonight, right?
No, we're not doing that tonight. All we are doing
Okay.
tonight is specifically sending it to TPZ for 824 review. Correct. And it
Right.
will come
So
back
the
to us
terms
at
of-
which
the-
point.
The terms of the contract itself are still something that I haven't had a chance to look through the entire document, so we'll have a chance to talk about it again when it comes back to the Board of Selectmen.
Indeed, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Anything else? All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. If we will consider I'd suggest that we look for to amend the agenda so as to allow the administrative officer's report at this time.
So
Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Thank you.
Really quickly, as a follow-up to your open remarks,
Yes.
can you just answer me these one or two questions? For the updated information on when the building's open again, where can people go to find that?
Town Hall website, the Town Hall email, and/or Town Hall, the 3401 number for
Okay.
Selectmen's office.
And then has the police department been checked for
Yes.
it?
Well,
Or
the
will
police
it
department
tomorrow?
will be
Okay.
checked. The police department was actually in addition to the building.
Okay.
So it really stands apart from the
Okay.
building, which is the only reason there's still people there.
Okay.
But it is, the entire building, including the police department, will be tested tomorrow.
Okay. So for now, the police department's still open?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. That's all.
And that was as a result of speaking both with the environmental folks and our building people in terms of understanding what the separation of the structure actually is, and feeling that that's not an area that we need to be concerned about at this point. But it will be tested. All right, Tony.
Okay, thank you very much. I have your monthly report through January, and that's an estimated surplus of about $542,000, which would leave us with a slight decrease in our fund balance at the end of the year, as we've allocated $800,000 to fund the budget in the current budget. So it's a little short. We'll continue to monitor that throughout the year. A couple of the highlights for you. Our interest income is continues to do well, and we have a projected surplus there of $300,000. Charge for services, building permit revenues projected to have a deficit of about $90,000. That could change if some of the, based on the timing of some of the additional units in the Toll Brothers development. But that's currently where we are at the moment. And also transfer station revenues are also generating a deficit, about $70,000, which contributes to the total deficit in that line item, that department group of accounts of $158,000.
Tony, how can revenue generate a deficit?
In other words, let's say we've suggested I'll give you an example. The town has budgeted for, let's see, I'll pull up one here for you, $175,000 for transfer station fees. That's in our budget. But because we're only going to collect $105,000, it's $70,000 shy of what
So
our
it's
budget.
relative to what
It's a
was
shortfall.
expected?
Right, correct.
Okay.
That's maybe it's a better word to say, shortfall.
Okay.
Might be a better word to use. It's a shortfall relative to what we expected or what we budgeted. So as a
Okay.
result, in our budget process, that contributes to, us not collecting as, if we're looking at our operations, that would contribute towards sort of a deficit.
Yeah.
Because we're not collecting enough to account for that.
So are we concerned with
Well,
with the Regency?
I would say there was some downtime of one of the compactors for a few months in October, November, December. So you'll notice we also have a surplus in the department. So we
Not
didn't collect as
confusing
much
at all.
waste. And so that's probably half of it.
Okay.
The other half is we anticipated when we did the budget of changing some fee structures around, and we never actually did that. And I think we're going to view that next month. What is one of our items? So we're sort of delayed on that, which is another reason that it's shortfall there. Those are sort of the revenue highlights. For expenditures, we still continue to monitor that electricity. We're not getting a lot of information on that. There seems to be about when the charges are going to change, what they will be. There's a lot of discussion on that, so I don't have definitive information, although there will be some deficits in some of those line items that we may have to cover. Natural gas, I think we're starting to get a better idea on that. And usually I wait till the season's almost over. There's nothing significant, but I will report back on that for you. Our building official has probably experienced a surplus of about $14,000. That's mostly due to savings in his part-time wage account for the building official himself. We've since reduced his budget for the next year to be more in line with what he's been working the past 2-3 years. So that should not happen next year. Public Works. So we've probably exhausted most of our overtime in that budget due to some of the snow and ice events that we've had.
For this year,
For this year, yeah. And we try to budget for a somewhat
So early.
conservative year. In other words, not a lot of activity, but some activity, and our plan is always to fund with contingency. We'd rather not budget over budget for something and not have to use it, as opposed to use our contingency if we're a little short. And that's probably gonna happen this year. So, next month I should have more information on that. Hopefully we don't have any more major events. So usually in March, it's usually pretty good. Waste management, we talked about earlier. We have a surplus there of probably about $30,000. And a lot of that's in MSW, which is municipal solid waste, basically the garbage, and some recycling. And there's a little bit of a deficit in bulky waste. Bulky waste is like just general waste when you go there. Some people call it demo. It's just your general waste that you bring in, household waste, as opposed to garbage. There's probably a slight deficit there, but all in all, the department should generate about a $30,000 surplus. So that offsets that revenue shortfall we discussed earlier. And finally, the school district has notified us that we are to reduce our March payment, Amity School District, by $352,967, which is due the first business day of the month. So that's next week. So that'll show up as a surplus in their line item. But that's really the big item here in the expenditure section, is the Amity portion.
Tony, I meant to ask this during our budget meetings. Last year, there was talk about changing the rates or charging for the charging stations. The
Yes.
vehicle. Do we have any updates? Is
We
that
do.
being
It's in your
implemented?
report, actually.
Oh,
Yeah,
it is?
it is.
I must have missed that.
Yeah, it's not easily identifiable,
we
but I'm
never
happy to point that out.
Okay. All right, thanks for making.
It's called their building maintenance revenues.
Okay.
And so we've collected $659.12.
All right, well, every penny
How
counts.
about that?
And since when? Since,
Since July,
okay,
and that's through January. So
so 6 months.
7 months.
7 months.
yeah,
600, I'm sorry.
I
what
say
was-
that's probably 6 months because we're a month behind on when I book the entries. So that's probably 6 months.
Okay.
So $659.12. We have all kinds of data on that too, if you're interested. When, where, which charging station.
I am, but we don't have to waste time. I am interested in this one.
Tony, what was the name of that line?
I actually have since changed it, but
Okay.
it's called building maintenance revenues.
Okay.
It's,
Well, could you just share what are the most used ones? By the library?
I think it is.
What's it?
What are the most used
ones at the
ones?
library.
I'm not sure off the top of
Okay.
my head. I have to pull the report. I haven't looked at it, and so I looked at it like the details. I just usually look at the revenues.
Okay.
Yes.
The Amity Regional School District surplus, is that the surplus for the year, the surplus
That's from their last year's operations.
from last year's operation?
Correct. So but they go through their audit process, which is usually due around December 31st. And so once they finish their audit, they'll know exactly how much they have remaining, and then that's when they let us know, officially exactly how much, and we reduce their March payment.
And that's an annual kind of thing?
Well, it has been the last few years. I would say probably it's been a while since we've been collecting them.
In conversations I've had with the superintendent, they do not expect that to be as significant as it's been in the past, this coming year, this coming budget cycle.
I just wondered how you have a 6% surplus on a $17 million budget, when we don't have that on a $50 million budget. What kind of accounting is that?
There's
What kind of
actually,
budgeting?
it's, keeping in mind the way they do their insurance, they
Yeah.
self-insure.
Yeah.
So that's a very big part of what it is and why they have it. And depending on whether or not how many cases they have and what they need it for, it determines what kind of surplus there is at the end.
We self-insure a lot of our stuff too,
Mhm.
No, we don't
No.
self-insure healthcare.
not on healthcare.
No.
Right. And there is part of what they do that is required by law, by statute, I should say.
Can I ask an additional question about that, Tony? Do you happen to know, this is the first surplus where they've taken 2% aside for their capital non-recurring as opposed to
be
previous
just
years they've taken 1%.
1%, right.
Is that right?
That's my understanding, yeah.
So this would have been 2% higher, this payment that we're getting, or this in lieu of payment that we're getting, if they hadn't pulled 2% into their capital non-recurring. So just something to keep in mind when they make the vote again in August, whether they're going to put another 2% of surplus in capital non-recurring again.
Interesting.
Sheila, do you think that's in anticipation of a project there?
No, they kind of have embraced a philosophy where they don't want to bond for these significant projects.
Right.
So in lieu of bonding, they're putting the money aside in advance, and that's where it's just going into capital non-recurring, and the projects that are funded out of that don't appear on budgets for folks to vote on, and they certainly don't go out to bonding referendum, where previously they had gone out to bonding referendum votes to finance big projects. It's just a philosophical shift, and they went from 1%. Now they're up to, the max has gone to 2%. So they're using that full 2%. But they could go back to 1%. They could go back to 0% too. So it just kind of depends on maybe the input we give them and what input they get in Bethany and Orange. Something to think about.
And Sheila, since you seem to be so up on that, by doing this, rather than actually bonding something that goes out over 20 or 30 years, because we have the higher census right now, we're ending up paying for a larger portion of the projects that probably should be bonded because they go way beyond. They may go through 4 or 5 generations of students instead of the census that we have today.
I think 20 years is the max. But it's essentially, pay as you go. And we do the same thing with the town budget. Tony could explain how we do some things pay as you go and some things we bond. And we have that discussion of whether we think it should be paid over 20 years or whether it should be pay as you go. It's the same thing as happening there at Amity, but they've shifted to pay as you go instead of bonding.
That clearly is not in our favor when our census is up.
None of it is.
But it is when our census goes down, so it's just, it depends on what year you want to pay.
Didn't go down this year, did it?
Typically,
Yeah.
you want to borrow for something that has a 20-year lifespan, so
Typically,
it's part of the discussion we should have with them.
you amortize the cost over the 20 years, as from what you said, to spread the cost out.
Good point, Dave and Sheila.
Well, it does seem like we're not going to change the way that we fund the school system because was written in when we agreed to go to a regional school system. But it does seem like you can really get victimized by your census if the other towns just decide to vote a lot of big projects in when when their census is down and your census is up. So it doesn't give our voters a chance to vote what's best for their students because we end up paying lots of money now for a capital project that may not affect our students.
And as Sheila said, it's not integrated into the budget that's voted on, correct? So we don't really have a chance to vote on it whatsoever.
That's right.
Can I ask a clarifying question? Is that 2% for every town where there's a surplus? Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
every town
yeah.
has. And,
It's
you know,
allowed, right?
By
For
state
each town,
statute,
yeah.
it's allowed.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
You know,
up to 2%.
Up to 2%. So that's a choice by the school board,
Correct.
not
Yeah,
by,
it-
not by the town.
Correct.
Just to give you the history of it, there was always a possibility of putting this money aside, and for many, many years, the Amity Board voted not to do that. It's only been in the last maybe 6 years that we've done it for the very first time, and then we went from 1% to 2% in addition to just doing it for the first time ever. So there used to be some outspoken discussion, especially from the three first selectmen of each of the towns, to say, don't do this, just go to voters when you have a big project, because voters will support big projects for education and bond it. You don't need to put money aside. Many communities, this is the only way they could afford to do projects like this, but in the Amity community, we support necessary building projects, so we should take the route of going to voters. That was the philosophy, it's no longer the philosophy. But it does have financial impacts, so.
Well, it also seems to have budget impact. I mean, the way that they're budgeting is still the way they were budgeting before they were pulling this money out.
And the money we're talking about is about $100,000 if I'm not mistaken. And question that I have, Tony, is I know at one point in time, for example, our capital expenditures for large apparatus, for example, fire apparatus, public works, we were putting monies aside.
We used to,
Right.
when rates were high, and borrowing rates were low.
Mhm.
But once that flipped, we
We adjusted.
adjusted it, yeah.
David and Andrea, to your point about representation, the question has been asked at other levels about redistribution because of census and because of enrollment on the Amity Board of Ed. And so that's something that we are in the preliminary stages, but looking into at the moment. And that is really the action item on how to have a voice in those
Correct.
situations. And so that action item is being looked into.
So
The-
that would,
these-
if that moves forward, what does that mean? Each year, they would redistribute?
No, so it wouldn't be each year. And I honestly, I can't speak to the whole process. That's what we're getting guidance on.
Okay.
What I can speak to is what has happened with new regional districts in the state, and what new regional districts have incorporated into their charters is a sliding scale and a reassessment, a regular reassessment of enrollment, and therefore in a sliding scale. And also, in addition to that sliding scale, some charters have also included weighted votes. So there's different ways to do that, but the votes could also be weighted based on enrollment. So they might not necessarily change the makeup on the board, especially if it's in, between election years, but the votes would get weighted differently based on enrollment. But we are currently in the process of seeking guidance for that because our enrollment projections continue to increase, at least for the next 8 years, which means we have another 12 years of enrollment increases at Amity. And so we're seeking guidance in that process.
Additionally, the first selectmen of the three towns have indeed gotten together and talked a little bit about the different budget practices so that we can speak with the superintendent and the board in regards to what our feelings are on it.
Can I just ask a question? I know I had been talking previously about a tri-board. There was a thing called a quad board meeting, though. So representatives from all 4 of the boards of ed getting together. I don't know if something like that, Maria, maybe you know if something like that is planned?
I think if we get to a point where if that seems to be the best course of action, it's certainly an option that we would and should consider. But obviously.
Yeah, we used to have them at least once a year. It's been a long, long time, I think, since there's been one, but that might be a place where all these conversations can be shared.
So
Understood.
what's the time frame for that? For that information gathering, or like, will
It's
it be before this?
I'm hoping to have an update for
budget?
the March meeting.
Okay. Oh wow. Okay.
But I
So
can't,
it's- the wheels
depends
are.
on, we're reaching out to the Connecticut Association of Boards of Education. We're, coordinating some meetings to try to get some, get some information, so.
Thank you.
When I went online to the Regional Amity Board of Education site, I did not see any motions or voting on their budget. I didn't see any public, who voted for, who voted against. I didn't see any vote
For
taken
the
on the
Amity
budget.
budget, if I'm not mistaken, they're having their vote on March 10th.
March 10th?
Correct.
They will vote on it.
That's my understanding,
Okay.
correct,
They're still, I believe they're still working on it in the
Correct.
finance committee.
correct.
So the budget that we had in our,
That's the superintendent's.
that's the, it was
Projected.
just the
The projected,
superintendent's budget.
correct.
Yeah.
Just because our budget process is so much earlier than their process, we
Got
get
it.
like a very rough, I'm just gonna rough draft, but an initial version of.
Remind me, does their referendum come prior to our town meeting?
Yes,
Yes.
It would seem that they would be earlier than we would be if that's, I understand that ours is more complicated, more money. Thank you. I think that, I hope that they consider the fact that the increase to Woodbridge in this year's budget is well beyond what anything seems reasonable. When the superintendent's budget has us paying 12 times what Orange is paying in increase. Our increase is 12 times what Orange's increase is, and 8 times what Bethany's increase is. That's
not
in
in the
dollars.
numbers that I had seen last, I attended their meeting recently, and I didn't see that number, those numbers. We were at seven point something,
Five?
and, yeah, and they were.
7.5%, and they were at 1 something and
Right.
point something.
Right,
The dollars of that came out to be about $100,000 for each of Bethany and Orange, and $1.4 million for Woodbridge.
it was significant.
Which
And yes,
speaks
in
to our
answer,
significant
I did the math,
enrollment.
and it was 12 times,
Yeah.
we were 12 times as much of an increase,
Right.
not just as a budget, as an increase. The
process doesn't give us a lot of
I doubt that that's ever happened, that's been that far different in the last 20 years. I would like to see those numbers.
And that's why Beecher looked at that enrollment a couple of years ago, because we were seeing such huge increases, and of course now all those children have fed up into the Amity system, so
Well,
that's gonna continue.
we should have a bigger say in the budgeting.
we're working on that.
Yeah.
And it should be taken into consideration that the cost of administration, the cost of overhead such as utilities, the cost of fixing buildings, none of those things are driven by census. The only thing that's really driven by census are teachers and transportation and school supplies. Those are about the 3 things that get driven by census.
And programmatic needs. What students are needed in what programs.
Well, that's what I call that teachers.
Fair enough.
Thank you. Thanks, Tony.
Thank you, Tony. Move on to funding
Funding
requests,
yeah.
please.
2425-21 is a transfer for $5,000. It's actually a revenue transfer, which is going to allocate it's an operating grant that we received for, it's a transportation micro grant. This will transfer the funds to allow the town to purchase the safety equipment and training classes for kids, as indicated in the
Bike
information.
education.
Bike
Mhm.
education, yeah.
I'll make the motion to approve line item transfer 2425-21 of $5,000 for the transportation micro grant funds to the budget.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
The next item is a line item transfer, 2425-22 for $2,250. And this is to transfer donated funds to the expenditure line item to help fund the Witness Stone project for the Woodbridge DEI Committee. The total project cost is $3,750, with the town funding $1,500 and the donations funding $2,250.
I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 2425-22 of $2,250 for the Witness Stone project, the Woodbridge DEI committee.
Second.
Pardon, but did we get information on that
It
project?
came and presented to us. Yes.
Was I here that day?
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
Oh,
Why
Ms.
don't I
Farzana.
remember that?
They played the video from Beecher, gave the recap of the Woodbridge Like Me Day.
Okay, I do
It was
remember
a-
that.
Yeah, it was all in the same.
Okay,
night.
I'll have
Though
to
that
look
was
back.
a long meeting as well, so.
We can resend the information that they
But
presented
I
from
can
them.
resend
Or it's probably still on
It'll be in the
file.
meeting. You'll
Yeah.
have a folder for Witness Stone project,
Yeah.
but I can re-share you the link so you can have it further up or find which one.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
So this is for donated funds. Tony, where do those kept when people make donations? What do you do with them?
So we have a, if you look in your revenue here, there's a line item called donations.
You gotta be kidding.
It's right there, donations.
Yeah.
And so when we collect donations, we put them in the donations line, and then we increase the budget for that, and increase the budget on the expense side to account for the donations, so you can look back and see, you know, at any given year, what donations we received, what they were for.
Thank you.
Can you speak, so is it just understood that whoever's donating, that we're able to decide what that money goes towards?
I
don't
think they
think I
donated
understand.
specifically for this.
Specifically
Oh,
for
it was
this
specifically
project.
for this?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you, that helps.
Yeah, in each case, there's other cases, you'll see the same, Earth Day, it'll be
Yeah.
another, you'll
Right.
see the same thing.
We
Okay.
keep track of them on a separate ledger, but I just have one donation account, just to make it a little easier.
Understood, thank you.
Any other questions? All in favor? Motion carries.
2425-23 is $4,000. This is a request to fund the printing of the newsletter for the remainder of the fiscal year. We had not funded in the current budget for a full printing of the newsletter, and but that was something that we wanted to start up again. So we are a little short in that line, and so this is to fund the remainder of the newsletter.
I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 2425-23 of $4,000 for the funding of the printing of the monthly newsletter for the remainder of the fiscal year.
Second. As far as discussion is concerned, one of the factors associated with this is obviously that the Woodbridge Town News went full online, so there was really no news or information being sent to the residents, and we identified a need. There were requests for it, and we opted to reinstall a smaller version of the original newsletter. The original newsletter was, I believe, 8 pages, and this one is 4. And we are still using this, the funding for this is defrayed by advertising, which you'll see which you see in there.
Mika, obviously being twice the size, the original town news could accommodate articles from different authors and,
Additional information, generally speaking.
yeah, so has there been any thought or is there any opportunity to address opportunity for integrating different authors, feature articles in the smaller version?
Tony does a pretty excellent job in terms of identifying, trying to keep content. What we're trying to do is make sure that people are aware of what's happening in the different departments particularly human services, recreation, and departments that have programs along those lines. 4 pages with 1 full page of advertising doesn't allow for much more.
Okay.
So it's really, if we went to the greater expense, we've also looked at periodicals that are, like we looked at different magazines that actually use advertising dollars that we wouldn't have to pay anything for. But we would just contribute articles and things of that nature to those types of magazines. And so far, we haven't found the fit in terms of being able to deliver the type of information that people are indicating they're looking for.
Thank you. How much do the
think
ads contribute to the cost here?
I just wanted to ask a question about, I know that the option to have a magazine might also enhance the business district, for example. So it would be something that would promote our businesses. Is it something maybe that EDC could look into in more depth?
They
Is that
have.
possible?
They have extensively already, but it's certainly something that will continue. As a matter of fact, in terms of the companies that we've spoken to, and I can't remember their exact names right now of the companies, but there were two in particular. One of them's more high-end, and one of them's one that we used to do, as a matter of fact, the events magazines. They're both under notice that as if they identify that they're able to secure the necessary, and we've offered to assist them with, obviously, with what we're doing. If it's something that we'll continue to look at, Sheila, in terms of what the potentials are based on the opportunities that exist from their perspective. This is something that is more or less mutual. They felt it's something that they didn't know that they could effectively put together based on what was available. So, but it is something that as time goes on, we'll continue to look at. The higher end one is one that they started in Milford, and I'll probably have another meeting with them in 3 to 4 months just to regroup and see what's possibilities. So it is something we continue to look at.
Maybe with the Amity Chamber of Commerce that's coming online, maybe do something
Yep.
jointly with Orange.
Yep, and we've already talked to Barry in terms of what they're doing to see exactly what the potentials are from that perspective. Most of that information obviously would be Orange, and they do electronic newsletters right now.
Great, thank
You had a
you.
question.
Yeah, I just had the question regarding ads, because you mentioned of the 4 pages, 1 is devoted to ads.
I'll send it.
We collect about $1,500 per issue in ad
Okay.
revenue. And the issues cost a little over $2,000 an issue, so most of it's funded by ads.
Interesting.
So
Okay,
it's
thank you.
there, and there's 10 issues. We don't do an issue in the holiday period.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? All in favor? Motion carries.
Okay, we got 2 more. 2425-24, this has been unanticipated repairs for the library heating system. The, as you know, the library was, maybe 299, 2000 roughly? And so a lot of the zone valves are original to the building, and several of them have malfunctioned, so we need to replace a series of zone valves as well as some a leaking pipe, water supply line that has started to leak. So this is our request to fund that, and then we'll work on the purchasing piece.
I'll make a motion to approve funding request 2425-24 of $34,700 for the unanticipated repairs to the heating system at the town library.
Second.
Discussion?
So,
Do they really need heat in the library, John?
We could turn it off, I suppose.
so that wasn't budget,
Only
that
in the
wasn't up
winter.
in the budget
was not,
request.
no.
Interesting. So that'll come out of which fiscal year? This
Come out of this
current-
year's
This year.
contingency fund.
Okay.
Yeah.
Contingent, all right.
Additional questions?
Should they, or do they anticipate seeing some cost savings?
Yes, in
utilities?
definitely.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that's, should see a significant decrease there.
Additional? All in favor? Motion carries.
I like cold books. You know, just
Still 5 minutes.
Cold books.
cold books.
We've got one more.
Put them on
We'll
ice.
fix this spot.
We got one more.
2425-25, I will say that it's great that a lot of these committees can raise a lot of donated money. And this is another example that this is to transfer donated funds, $5,000 for Earth Day to the Selectmen's budget, so the Earth Day committee can put on events at the Earth Day.
I'll make the motion to approve the line item transfer 2425-25 of $5,000 to transfer the donated funds for Earth Day to the Board of Selectmen budget.
Second.
Questions? All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Want to hold off and go
Yeah,
into?
hold off, yeah.
Go into public comment? At this time, we will entertain anyone here for public comment. If you would like to step up to the desk here, provide your name and address, and make public comment. Would anyone like to come up and make public comment?
Good evening. Amy Morello, 184 Rimmon Road. I was very interested in your conversation about the projections at Beecher enrollment and the impacts and how much we have to spend at Amity. And I know also projections are an important topic when it comes to the potential impacts of more housing in our town. So I'm here to speak about that issue of projections, and specifically related to Mika's most recent email report. Mika, I wanted to thank you because in that report you reinforced quote, how important it is that we make our decisions based on factual data, end quote. In that context, I've heard some town buzz about the school enrollment projections at Beecher. It's my understanding that some people aren't happy with what are known as PROUDA projections obtained by the Woodbridge Board of Ed, and in fact that there's some pressure on the school board to reconsider the PROUDA projections, though we've just learned that the school board has to focus its time and its budget resources on finding a new superintendent. So here's my suggestion. Instead of battling over projection, let's collect some factual data. As Mika, you said, we should make our decisions based on factual data. So I've mentioned this before, but I just want to emphasize it. We have a town planner. We have the past few years quite a lot of data about that's available in the town about who's moved into town. You can go to the town records and show which houses were sold and provide some basic information from those sale information about who sold the house and who bought it. But now that we have a town planner and we may have other town officials available to do this work, we could gather more detailed information from those newer residents. It's not something that would be appropriate for just anybody to do, but I think a town official could go to folks, provide some kind of survey questionnaire, and find out a little bit more about why they moved into town. What attracted them to Woodbridge, what's the size of their family and each family member's age, and whether their family is using or will be using our public school system. I raise this because anecdotally, many of us have seen older couples sell their houses to younger families. In the 25 years I've lived in Woodbridge, for example, there's a house near me that's always had two older adults in it, and now it's got a family with 2 children headed to the Beecher school system. Not immediately, but certainly my understanding is that's why they moved to town. So I think it would be important to get some data so we actually know what is happening in town, why people are moving in, what the changes are in our demographics. And if we do that, we can rely not on anecdotes, not on projections, but on actual factual data. Thanks very much.
Maybe if I could ask one thing. You mentioned that there's pressure on the school board to do what?
To actually re-look at PROUDA's projections, whether it's having PROUDA to update them or do something else. That's what I've heard. Because the PROUDA data doesn't match what the overall state data is.
I understand. But where is that pressure coming from?
I have not heard the details of that, and I didn't want to find out. But
it would be helpful if there is information out there.
Well, I think you could ask some members of the Board of Ed. Because I understand that it has indeed been something that they've been asked to relook at, because they, as I said, the PROUDA projections don't match the state ones. The state ones are very different. And you've heard Kathy come in.
The state ones, which ones are you referring to?
The state data has been showing that overall in the state there would be less, not in Woodbridge in particular, but as a state as a whole, we're not seeing the kind of enrollment that we've been seeing in Woodbridge.
For point of clarification,
Yes.
if there's pressure on the school board, I would think that it would be insinuated that it would come from here. we're looking at a major investment from a Beecher standpoint, regardless of anything that happens in town. To that end, we have one enrollment report. And I will say clearly, just so it's clear and it's understood, that yes, I did ask if it would be beneficial for us to get a second report. Asked the school board and the superintendent if that would be if there's any issue with that or suggesting that we do that. There's no pressure being put on. There's no questioning of Dr. Prouder's results. It's simply that if you're going to spend tens of millions of dollars, it should be based on more than one single report. So I just wanted to clarify that.
So to add to that, I would say you could actually go past projections and get some data.
Thank you.
And find some folks out who've moved here recently and get some numbers as to who those folks are, what the ages are of their school children, some information about why they were attracted to Woodbridge. I heard the superintendent say that she's trying to get her children to move to town. So clearly there's one more person who's saying how great our town is.
It is a great town.
And you know what? It's a great school system. But that means that there are some consequences to the reputation and the reality that have to be recognized.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there additional public comment?
No.
Okay.
You don't need it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Additional, would anyone else like to make public comment? Thank you, Joy.
Good evening, Board of Selectmen, First Selectman Cordozo, and our neighbors here in Woodbridge. My name is Joy Prudhomme, and I reside at 21 Barbary Lane. My husband and I moved to Woodbridge in June 2013 to raise our daughter, who's now a 9th grader at Amity High School. We chose this town for the same reasons as everyone else, specifically for the excellent school system, the close proximity to New Haven, and for the small town with ample green space. Since moving here, I've become extremely active in the community. From 2015 to 2022, I was a full-time volunteer at Beecher Road School. I started as a room parent in kindergarten and MAG and joined PTO executive board and did pretty much everything. Roles such as chair of community service, community support, chair of fundraising, special events coordinator, was the PTO representative for the Woodbridge Board of Ed, and PTO president. In 2019, I became an elected member of the Woodbridge Zoning Board of Appeals, and in 2023, I was also appointed to the Conservation Commission. I'm an active member of the Woodbridge DTC and Garden Club of Woodbridge. And additionally, I'm with UConn's New Haven Extension as a 4-H leader and advanced master gardener, and I'm on the UConn New Haven Extension Resource Council. I also work here locally at Massaro Community Farm as an educator. So I'm not just telling you all this because I'm super excited about all the volunteering I do, but because I've done all these roles, I've had kind of a unique opportunity, but a wonderful opportunity to get to know this amazing community that I work with. I've worked with everyone from our youngest to our oldest and wisest residents. I love that we live in a town that is so diverse, but I have to say that since COVID, I've become increasingly concerned about the breakdown of community. I've also seen the growing confusion about a clear mission or vision for our town's future. I come before you tonight to suggest that you carefully consider your priorities as you define what a thriving future for our community looks like. I can fully appreciate the difficult tasks that you're all trying to solve for and balance at this time, including this year's or next year's budget. But I caution you on how you are trying to do it all at once. This is messy stuff, and we are certainly living in a messy time. It may be better to put some things on pause while you can get some clear facts and be sure those facts are properly communicated with everybody. With no newspaper and, just not a regular way to meet these days, or people have just sort of stopped doing that, I believe the lack of communication, community, and facts are what's causing the divisiveness and distrust in our town. For example, in this week's First Selectmen report, it seems that the different areas you address could be interpreted as a list of priorities. I find it problematic that you're not showing how housing, data, country club property, our schools, and business development are interdependent and interconnected. In order for us to achieve, as you stated, finding a balance with what we need and ensuring that Woodbridge remains a thriving, inclusive community, we need to look at these areas together versus separately. Additionally, I think this is something that's a bit of a challenge for our town in general, how we tend to live in our own little silos. For instance, if I'm on Conservation Commission, I may have no idea what is going on with recreation or agriculture, TPZ, etc. Recently, at my Conservation Commission meeting, I made the recommendation that we attend meetings such as COOPOP on a regular basis to stay informed and see how we can better work together. This would certainly build community and avoid some of the misunderstandings going forward. You mentioned how important it is that we make our decisions based on factual data and warn about spreading misleading claims, and yet there seem to be some people in key positions here in town that are doing just that. I believe a solution to that, for housing for instance, would be to completely rewrite the housing plan, especially if it's the foundation that we do intend to build upon. We should be working together as friends and neighbors. After watching the last housing committee meeting, I was interested to learn that in Litchfield County, the housing and conservation commissions are working together to ensure that thoughtful planning does happen to ensure the growth is balanced. I am happy to volunteer, as you know, to work together with the housing committee and any other commissions or boards so that we can streamline this process for a better future for Woodbridge. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sonia Liu, 47 Housing Lane. Thank you for allowing me to speak out today. I want to address a few important points and deserve open discussion and careful consideration by the Board of First Selectmen and the committee. So first, I just want to raise a question. How do we value the procedure justice for our committee application decision? We all understand the importance of following due process, and many residents previously expressed concern about the short notice given before the zoning amendment meeting last year. In response, First Selectmen stated the notice was issued according to the procedure in the last First Selectmen meeting. I just want to bring up a related issue I recently discovered. So, if you visit our town website, woodbridgecity.org, and search for 804 Fort Fountain Street, you will find the documentation labeled as a letter of authorization. This I printed out. I can submit to the committee. So this documentation is part of applications has been withdrawn, I think last week or 2 weeks ago, but the documentation remains on our government website. The problem is, if you look at the address listed on the signed authorization letter, it's not 804 Fulton Street. It's 884 Fountain Street. So that's an incorrect and invalid address. So our TPZ committee is responsible for reviewing such documents. But the description has gone unnoticed for months. So if we are committed to a procedural justice, we must acknowledge that such error undermines the validity of an entire application. Someone may argue that this may be merely a typo, but that's official application carry legal signatures, and it carry legal significance. Such mistakes should not be overlooked, particularly should not overlooked by our local committee. So when you review the documentation. Furthermore, I'm unsure whether I'm unsure where the motion for the zoning amendment require a representing letter as well, since the exact attorney was involved in the approved TPZ minutes on September 3rd, October 7th, November 4th, and December 2nd. So the authorization letter I just presented to the committee was signed on December 30th. So that's the date after those meetings. I hope another authorization letter was signed before the zoning amendment application and all the above TPZ meeting. However, I did not locate the application files or related documentation on our town website. So therefore, I urge the TPZ committee to ensure all relevant documentation could become published available for public review. And the first selectman can audit the zoning amendment process last year to confirm adherence to all legal requirements. So we need the townwide notification for that. If we want to move forward on any issue, we must want to do it transparently, correctly, and our committee deserves no less. Secondly, I want to raise another question. So how we define the conflicts of interest? So to whom should ethical restriction apply? So our town code under Chapter 34 lay out standards of conduct, but I think it will require more clarification. So should conflict of interest rules apply solely to elected or appointed official, or should also extend to their relatives, such as spouse, children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, and beyond? I believe this is an important discussion for this community and for our town. Should the residents have the opportunity to comment on how we define and enforce those standards? We all love our community. We love our school. We love Beecher. We love our staff here and in our town hall. So no one wants to see them be placed under undue pressure. So I'm not making the accusation. I just want to simply open the door for a necessary discussion on how we can best prevent any potential conflict of interest issues in the future. So, for instance, we definitely do not want any official to have a thinking of like, my children or my grandchildren will go to the private school. I don't care what happened to the public school. So what decision I made in the kids committee, I just don't care. So we definitely do not want that to happen. So transparency and accountability are essential for maintaining the public trust. The last question I want to ask here is how we want to evaluate the impact of our local public school if we move forward with zoning amendments and we start to build more multi-families in our zone, and we got increase, like we just mentioned, we're gonna project to have increased amounts of upcoming enrollment in Beecher at least. So will we have like a evaluation? Who will be responsible for those evaluation? If studies determine that the new developments or we just significantly increase the students' enrollment, requiring, for example, like construction of a new school, who will bear the financial burden? Can we ask the developer for compensation? Those are the very critical long-term considerations, and we cannot just make those zoning amendment decisions solely based on the short-term interest. We must maintain our community with a forward-thinking approach. So I urge our local officials to address those questions proactively so we can make informed decisions and serve the best interest of all our Woodbridge residents. So thank you for your time and for your consideration of those points. I appreciate your dedication to our town and look forward for open and constructive discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come up and make public comment? Would anyone else like to come up and make public comment? Is there anyone else for public comment? Seeing none,
I did receive correspondence.
Thank you.
It is in your folder. It's from Rob Rosasco, to be submitted, so it'll also be attached to the minutes as a matter of record. It's a little 2 pages. If you want me to read it, I can, but the selectmen have it, and I will include it in the minutes. It's the only correspondence I received.
Thank you.
It's only 6:16, so I'd be happy to hear it, but I did read it earlier, so.
Does the board want to have it read?
Your what?
We've already read it. I've read it as well. Thank you. We'll forego the reading.
Okay.
It will be in public comment, so if anybody does want to see it, it'll be available for
All
them to see.
correspondence is always attached to the minutes as a copy of my file.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on. We'll finish our next item on the agenda is specifically, just to finish up Tony's piece of this here. And
So the last item is town email addresses. I know there was for the board, and there was some discussion about this. So just seeking some clarity and direction.
so Sheila, I know this is something that you've requested. If you could maybe present to us the reasoning or rationale behind this, and then we can discuss it and see what the board feels in terms of, I think in the last session, we discussed it briefly, and there are criteria associated with the town email addresses that need to be adhered to, obviously for security purposes and things of that nature. So far, we've been using personal emails, and we've been creating specific emails that are specific to your town business, so that it would be easier for us to do anything if there's a FOIA request, if there's discovery, or something along those lines. So beyond that, Sheila, is there something more you wanted to offer?
Yeah, so I think I understand that in the budget that we have proposed starting July 1, we have incorporated this idea that the Board of Selectmen would have accounts on the town server. And when we discussed it at the budget meeting, one of the big pieces for me anyway is in order to comply with records retention requirements, FOI requests, litigation requests, all the various things that might come in, if we had paid accounts, that is an operation that could take place uniformly across all our accounts. It would not require us to do these search terms or to look at a specific set of documents and send them along to someone else, etc. My understanding in talking with the town attorney was that this would make compliance with these legal obligations a lot easier. So that was my thinking with regard to this. I'm processing through lots of information right now, trying to honor the request that's come in for documents. I'm hoping that tonight we can agree that, if we're planning to do it July 1, if we just start March 1, we're able to establish, a way of putting that data into the town server so that it can be collected and it can, all this metadata and everything else that has to go with it. I just wanted to also say, I've always understood that our use of electronic mail, we've got to be following these best practice guidelines no matter what system we're using. If we're using Gmail or Yahoo, whatever it is, we can't introduce security vulnerabilities. Phishing attempts are quite real with regard to towns, and there have been towns that have been victimized by this, and it costs a lot of money. So my understanding is, as on the Board of Selectmen, we've always had to comply with the requirements of, not accidentally opening spam, clicking on things we're not supposed to click on, et cetera. So I just think it would be helpful for us all to be, given that same material that's available, when you do have a town account. There's a little bit of a, like a learning curve on what the training is for that, but I think it would be beneficial no matter what. And I'm hopeful that we can get started on the official accounts for our official work. I think it's going to help maintain a difference between our personal interactions, our personal emails versus what we're doing on behalf of the Board of Selectmen. So I'm looking forward to that change. I hope we can all support that.
The security aspect of the one security aspect that is different is obviously if somebody does a phishing, if you have a town email and you do the wrong thing, it can affect everyone, including the police department. As opposed to having a personal email that you know, a created email that would not be the case for.
Well, it depends. If someone's phishing and they're trying to get credentials from someone and they fake me asking a question back out to the town, I think there's some vulnerabilities in us all using our own email, and I think that we've invested quite a bit in the IT security of the system there. I would feel more comfortable if I was using that system than Gmail to me doesn't seem very secure at all.
Tony, can you review the budget impact?
Certainly, this is for a G1 license, which is essentially just email, as opposed to G3, which is email, Word, Excel, and all the other items. So for a G1 license, this includes endpoint security for the email filtering and that sort of thing, is $15.20 a month per person. So for 5 additional accounts for a year is $912.
That would be only for the
For the 5 additional accounts.
for these.
If you extend it to other boards and commissions, obviously it's more. But
Well, yeah, just thinking longer term, if there were, let's say, a charter revision and Board of Finance becomes elected, then this service would be offered to them as
Could be.
required, right? Or,
Not required.
okay.
It could be.
Well, and TPZ as well. I mean,
Oh, yeah, good point. I do think it should be consistent. Like,
do.
if
So
you're doing it to the board.
So it might be a good pilot here to do it with the Board of Selectmen, see how this goes. Then if we wanted to extend it further, it could be a budget consideration next time the annual budget comes around. My understanding is tonight we're only talking about March to June. We've already got it in the budget for July through next June. Is that right?
well, we haven't passed next year's budget. I mean, I don't know what happened.
No, but it's in our proposal, unless we're gonna undo our proposal. We've already proposed
I
this.
don't
that right?
necessarily, my own feeling is that I don't feel the budget issue is the issue, or is the reason to be concerned about it. It is a different email for everybody to check, and I'm saying this based on having set up another email for myself that I could point to previously in my roles, that I can send to my own email and have control over what I can do with that email and when I check that email, et cetera. So it is also just a matter of administration on a personal basis.
Because that email account would terminate with our, dependent on our.
Correct, if you
So-
left the,
And most
position.
of us, I'm just speaking personally, I'm involved in other town matters as a volunteer and would be using my Woodbridge Gmail for those matters regardless. So for me, it would be adding another account, and I'm willing to do that should it make life easier for the public and protect the town from a cybersecurity point or from a litigation legal point, make things more efficient. So my contribution to this is I'm amenable. I don't think it's necessary, but whatever.
And to that end, the same, is there a security reason why we should be on it?
I'd
Because
like
it
to know
seems to
from
be that
some
there's a
IT
security
person
risk
what.
if we are on it.
what's the question, David? Because I could ask it and we can get it for the next time.
If one of us using our personal email somehow can we sending an email in that is then opened by a town employee because they would expect emails from us, can that affect the system of the town? Like if I have a virus, am I going to make Allison sick because she opens my email? She gets sick enough when she opens my email.
I answer your phone calls too, but, no, to answer your question, from my understanding, my email, because it's town, will be different in the sense where Tony with Vancourt has different things that scan the stuff that come into our inboxes.
Right, correct.
That protects me and the system. that your inboxes don't necessarily have, but you wouldn't get you don't have, your risk right now with your Gmail doesn't change one way or the other.
In the
It's not my
phishing-
risk. I'm wondering if our having personal emails
That's-
increases the risk to the town in any way.
No.
What that vulnerability is.
Depends on if you're
it's
hacked or
anyone.
not.
It's anyone who's, I mean, it could be from me, internal to Tony, saying, hey, I need you to click on this to approve this particular funding. That's the kind of risk you're talking about, and that can happen, any way at all from somebody you know. And it happens on our personal emails. I get emails from people who haven't sent me emails saying, here, open these pictures, and it's like, no, thank you. And it's that type of thing. So the training that we do internally with individuals, staff, is specifically to understand if it looks strange in any way, hover, the hover things, that's the kind of training that you would have to be a part of. So if it gives you,
Yes.
information as
At
to
the
how
state,
to
I have to do
protect that network, and you would have to comply. That's, mandatory training for us that we do.
So annual mandatory trainings or multiple?
No,
Or
there's
we talk-
multiple. It's
Yeah.
multiple
The
on an
state
ongoing
has
basis. Right.
Yeah. They're at least four or five times a year.
Four to five trainings per year for each
Yeah.
of us?
Right.
So
It's-
that's
it's
four to-
online training.
So we
It's
are adding,
Online training.
It's-
okay, so, but this we have signed, we're not adding 4 to 5 more meetings for us?
No, we're
Because
not.
that would be
No, we're not.
a
I want
non-negotiable deal maker.
I would make the decision
What
very.
if,
I don't know if the town attorney is on the line with us yet.
He's not yet. And to that end, if we'd like, we
Okay.
can table this, and we can take it up at the next meeting after additional consideration, and we can put it as an agenda item.
Well, so I don't really want to delay doing it. I would like us to make it, I mean, we had this discussion to say that we're putting it in the budget for July 1. It's in the budget recommendation. So the question of just doing it March, April, May, June, I think it's a very small dollar amount. And
I think in the budget,
honestly, we'll tell you, I mean, maybe we go into executive session to discuss this, but I'm having trouble getting through emails and getting that request out there. And I'm conscious of the fact that I don't want to delay that. I want to be able to turn data over and have the IT professionals do exactly, Mika, what they've done for your account, what they've done for the
But they-
past First Selectmen's account.
they're-
They go through and very quickly
they're available to do.
produce the records that are required. I
No.
don't want to be delaying this, and I don't
There-
have the time to do it through personal email. If I can turn this over to a town account, I feel like that's the most expeditious way to get this request completed.
It doesn't
So I
change
don't
what
wanna
you need to
wait
do
another
with your
month.
personal email. I don't want to send the wrong message to the people who are required to look at their emails for discovery. It does not
That's-
change what you need to do for your personal email currently. What you currently need to do, you still need to do. Additionally, I'm not sure that you're aware of this, but certainly we will provide IT support for you to do it on your email. So there
So I've
is,
been back and forth with the town attorney on this, and this is probably something we should discuss in executive session, but I've received advice, so I don't want to delay this.
I don't know how the emails seem separate. What we were asked to put together was from our old emails. So this would be starting brand new with a brand new email. I
Correct.
don't see how one thing flows into the other. Because do the emails that they are
So
asking for
my
wouldn't be
understanding
on
of the
this if we
technology
would
of this
start?
is that we
this
can
next month.
turn over an MBOX file, they can be uploaded into the system, and the search can be performed.
Right,
That's
but
my
we could do
understanding
that.
of it.
Sheila, have
I'm
you-
not the IT professional, I'm not your legal advice either.
have you spoken with the IT professionals that we're offering everyone? For your current, and it's a different situation. We're talking about
I think we
two
should
different
have this
things.
conversation with the town attorney, and we should do that in executive session. So I'll make a motion to go into executive session when the town attorney arrives, and we can finish this conversation.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Well, is he here? I'm
Well,
not sure I
think-
can
He's
make
not
a
here.
motion
I
if
think
he's not here.
that wasn't an actual motion, that was you were saying
Yeah.
later you can make the motion. So
Yeah,
that's what
so we can table that, I make a motion to table until later in the agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? All in favor?
You want to table it?
Sure.
We'll discuss it later.
We'll discuss it
We
later.
could ask
Thank you.
Nick.
Let's move
When
on.
the legal,
Good,
when
we
Nick
moved.
comes online with legal.
Let's move
we'll
on.
ask Nick. Yeah.
Next
Okay.
item on the agenda is our CCW master plan update with Mike Cassis and Betsy, who just, oh, there she is.
Oh, yeah, Nick has the presentation on, yep, they're all set up for you, they have it, yeah. It was the one you sent me last night, that's right, so, yeah.
Bless you.
Will we have a chance to ask questions?
Oh, yeah,
As you go or after the fact?
as we go.
Okay.
I think there's a few points where we'll stop for discussion, but
Okay.
you can jump in.
All right.
Everyone's received an advanced copy of the presentation, is that right? Right, so,
That's correct.
okay. So, just while we're getting set up, great.
Oh, why can't I find it now?
We've had a great day in Woodbridge. We walked to the site with the TAC and a few members of the public. It's nice that the weather broke for us, and third time was a charm. It was wet, but honestly, that it's a good time to visit the site because you get to see where the water wants to go. And with the leaves down, you get good vantage points all around. So as we get started here, I know many of you got a chance to meet my colleague Betsy Stoll at the open house, but Betsy has joined the team and will be the project manager, senior designer, working with me from here on out. Betsy, you want to say hello? And
Sure. Hi, everyone. I think I'm pretty sure I met everyone here already, but I'm Betsy Stoll. I'm a director at Cooper Robertson and have joined as the project manager for this project. And we had a beautiful day, as Mike said, on the site, and just excited to keep working through this challenge with you all.
right. So what we'd like to do tonight is to walk through the presentation that we sent through last night and have a discussion with you. Where we'll be going from here is asking for feedback on a few areas of focus in the presentation, the design guidelines, and the definition of plan alternatives. When we get to those sections, I'll describe in more detail what feedback we are requesting. We are asking for it in 5 days, as we had outlined in the project charter, and we can talk about how that will come through to us as well. So we have a mouse here that we may be, oh, there we go, we're in range. Okay. So here we go. So as I said, this is what we'll focus on for feedback coming out of the meeting. But what we're going to do is we're going to start with just a quick project overview and a recap of our initial phase of analysis and community engagement. So a snapshot of where we are here at the end of February, kind of at the midpoint of task 2, beginning to think about the initial concepts and defining what they could be, but not quite in the site plan testing phase yet. We are on track and on schedule as originally anticipated to wrap before summer. Our engagement dashboard, we think we've achieved a lot of great engagement since we last spoke. We've crossed the 1,000 point of engagement through our surveys, the community open house, and all the various conversations that we've been having. This is our 4th Selectmen meeting. We have 3 more, and you can see some of the other tallies there. We have made contact with all the abutters, some of them with discussions, direct discussions. Others we've just been able to leave project materials, and hopefully that's directed those residents to the website for the survey, which we've received over 700 responses for, which we think is a real achievement for this early stage in the process where we're just gathering their input. March will again be a busy month for us. After this meeting, we'll meet with focus groups for the 2nd time. The TAC, again for the 3rd. We'll have another community open house, and then we'll bring back everything we've learned from those meetings to the board on the 5th. For the 5th meeting in April. And we can discuss at the end of this meeting if another update on March 12th, I think, is your next standing meeting, is something you desire from us.
Just for clarification purposes, Mike, along those lines, so in March, there will not be an update, March 12th, which is only 2 weeks away, but
We hadn't, this was the period where we thought we really needed to go heads down and develop the
Fair enough.
concepts. So we wouldn't have more plan development to share with you then, but we could join a meeting if you'd like to discuss some points coming out of this one. It's really, we can be flexible there, but we won't have new content to share
Thank you.
by the 12th. This is a growing list of stakeholders that we've met with. Many of these were recommended by the town. This list will continue to grow as we become more specific about what we're studying for the site. The focus group participants that we've met with so far are listed on the right. I'll say these have been incredibly helpful. Your town staff, very knowledgeable about the site's history, its utilities and infrastructure, the physical attributes of the site. We were also fortunate enough to meet with superintendents from Beecher and Amity. That was very helpful context for us. We know that there's a lot of discussions around Beecher right now, and that was helpful to hear from the superintendent.
Mike, how do you get on the stakeholder discussion, the stakeholder list? Is that strictly by the town's suggestions, or have you made? Are you developing a list? I'm just curious.
Of course. We came up with, we developed a list initially, and we shared it with the core group to add to that. But we are open to having more people add to this. We just asked the names be sent back through Karen Crosby to us. And with contact information, we'll reach out and have a discussion.
The only reason I
Can I
asked.
ask an
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Can I ask an additional question about that?
Sure.
At your previous presentation to the Board of Selectmen, we discussed getting a copy of this list. Remember, you had asked us if we had any input for you to add people to that list. But our response back was, well, if you show us who you already have, it would facilitate us giving you that information. I take it from your answer that this is the current list, and if any of the members of the Board of Selectmen have additional people to request be part of that kind of stakeholder interview process, that's part of this. We have a 5-day window to get you input. Is that right?
It wouldn't end after 5 days. These are discussions that can continue through the duration of the project. But
All right.
yeah.
All right, because I feel like I don't know much about what's going on. All we're getting is these presentations at the Board of Selectmen meeting, and I have a lot of questions about how the public opinion survey was done, because that was not something that was discussed at a previous Board of Selectmen meeting. So I wasn't even aware that you were going to be doing that. I take it from the presentation material tonight that that's going to be ongoing. There's more iterations of this public information survey about to happen.
The current surveys are planned to stay open through just a few more days, the end of the month, because we'll be entering to the next phase of work where we're taking that input and beginning to develop plan options for them. So there'll be
Okay,
another round
so
of.
far you haven't processed the input from, and And I guess I understand there's 2 surveys, 2 different platforms.
We have processed everything to date as with the most recent surveys as of Monday.
Okay, but that's not part of, like, you haven't presented the data in any way except
It's
what's
in.
in this presentation
It is
deck,
in.
is that right?
That's correct. It's in this presentation.
Okay, so I have actually a lot of questions about the survey and about what else will be surveyed. So is there an opportunity for, I had initially thought that the Board of Selectmen was gonna have a more hands-on role here, so I don't wanna miss the opportunity to give you feedback, but I don't feel like I have enough information to do that right now.
Well, maybe it would help if we went through the presentation first
Yeah.
and heard the information, because that might answer some of our questions.
And
Yeah, is that the document in our shared drive?
that's correct.
Yes.
Because I can't see your screen, by the way.
It is in the
Yes.
shared drive.
Okay. So it's a little difficult for me, so
Oh, I see. I'm
again, I
sorry.
had mentioned that I wouldn't be able to attend this meeting in person, but I definitely want to be part of this conversation. I'm really.
It's in our
a
drive,
little
and Matthew's
distressed to
working
know that
right
I
now
missed
to get that
the
up for
opportunity
you.
to walk the site, and I am hoping the Board of Selectmen will have an opportunity to walk the site with you at some point in this process.
Hang tight, Sheila.
Is that
I am
possible?
Sheila, Matthew's getting that up for you right now,
Great.
and it's also in our packet.
And
There you go. Problem solved.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mike, I just wanted to know.
Sorry, Sheila.
Okay. Yeah, I guess specifically, I would just ask, to what extent have you done any specific outreach to people who had very strong opinions about who you heard were either pro or anti some things that had been previously proposed? Because we have a lot of really strong opinions, and I'm just wondering if you've sought those out actively in your considerations.
We have heard strong opinions on either side, but I think the majority of conversations we've had understand the benefit of balancing uses here and I think the degree of which they're looking for the planning process to illustrate and define and describe the cost benefit of. There are certainly people with very strong opinions on either side, but I think the majority of people that we've spoken with, once you really start to discuss the issues, are seeking common ground. I'd say we find that across the board.
But I will say, we have, at the open house, we had a very good attendance, and we heard the full range of opinions, and those were voiced on the boards where we asked people for their input, and that's represented in the survey data that we'll be presenting tonight. We also had the online survey, was another opportunity for people to voice their opinions, and then we've had physical boards, which you can see out here, and paper surveys available as well, and all of that is available till the end of this month.
Chuck Corsi has also reached out to a number of individuals, and he was talking to people at the open house who specifically wanted to meet with him. And he's also taken references from people who he's met with to meet, suggesting that they should meet, he should meet with others as well. And I can tell you from our perspective, anyone we thought of who had a strong opinion one way or another, and this is Tony, myself, Karen, if we felt they had a strong opinion one way or another, it was a name that we mentioned. And hopefully it's a name that's, a lot of them obviously are names that are here on this list that they're putting in front of. And as was indicated, my understanding, and I think we've said this in the past, is keep the input coming. If you have other people who you feel like should be, this is what we want to do. We want to make sure that we're hitting the people who we feel it's important to do it. So.
Yeah, I just think that particularly important to us. We saw our response to COVID completely crater any citizen input to anything we were doing. And that may have been our fault, probably was, but it's been slow to come back. So I think there has to be a very active outreach in order to dig out opinions, because those are the opinions that need most thoughtful approach toward.
Right. And we are trying to be flexible with the way in which we reach people. After the community open house, we heard from folks that it would be helpful if we created a paper copy of the survey and to have it somewhere permanently displayed. So we immediately created full-size boards and paper surveys and put them in the library and the senior center. And that wasn't something we anticipated doing, but we heard that that was going to be important. So we are open to changing as we go along to make sure that we get as many voices into this process as possible.
Thank you.
So this is a growing list. I will say, now that everyone has a copy of this, please, if there's someone that you think should be added, pass that name along through Karen Crosby. It will find its way to us, and we'll reach out to them as soon as we can. Okay.
I would just add, it might be nice to talk to some local business owners.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think so.
I see just by happenstance some names on there, but I don't know that that was the explicit intention behind talking to those people. So I don't know how that information can be shared or what business it, like.
We can ask EDC to weigh in on that, Mike,
Yeah.
Okay.
if there's,
Yeah, that's a
good
I
point.
think that's a
particularly
great
large,
comment.
some of our larger, like Crest and some other people who have
Yeah.
been here for a while. You
That
know,
would be
so-
good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
NEBCO.
Yeah, and we can maybe,
Thank
One
you.
final push to get NEBCO there.
yeah.
Tried.
I know you did.
So can I just ask a clarifying question? Are we trying to expand? I mean, I didn't think that if we're looking to kind of flesh out your focus groups here, what are your focus groups meant to be on? Is there a focus group all about our business district, or is there a focus group about the neighbors who live in the vicinity? Or I'm not sure where we're going in trying to collect more input. We could randomly give you a whole bunch of ideas, but
The focus group, that is a fixed list of participants that we developed early in the process. That is organized around land use and zoning, recreation and open space, and public
all right,
works.
so if we have people we want to be added to those focus groups, those are I mean, maybe if you give us more criteria of what each focus group is supposed to be about, we can think better about who could be in there.
Yeah.
Or are we saying that this is limited?
Well, this was focused on town staff and staff of the school system. I believe
Right, but
these.
you want input from the Board of Selectmen, right? So I'm just trying to figure out how the Board of Selectmen members.
This was all outlined in the project charter and engagement plan, which we reviewed. We posted to the website. We are happy if you think that there's a critical admission to this, to invite them to the next round. The criteria
Okay,
for
and
the
when is that scheduled? Because that's going to be kind of key for people who don't really know when things are scheduled. The walk that happened, I guess today or Monday, whatever it was not very well publicized, and the Board of Selectmen didn't get notifications about it.
You did.
I was
You did.
notified.
You did get notifications.
Yeah,
It was
we
a
got
TAC
notified
walk.
after it was scheduled.
It was TAC walk that was sent out to the TAC, and we notified the Board of Selectmen as well.
The public was able to attend that as well, right? I certainly
Absolutely.
would have attended it if I was in the state.
Absolutely. And you know that it was. You sent us an email asking if we can change the date. So, and that was
Yeah.
over a week ago. It was when we notified everybody
I'm also wondering if
else.
we'll have another one so that people who missed out can participate. I think the Board of
Additionally, Sheila,
Selectmen
I'm not
should
sure,
definitely take a walk
just
the site.
for clarification purposes, Mike and Cooper Robertson have been to all of our meetings since they started this project. And we've generally met for an hour or more each time. The reason for the meeting, and we made this clear right in the beginning, we spent 3 months talking about this in terms of preparing for this. And what we said was specifically so that the Board of Selectmen can have input in terms of what they were doing when they were outside of the times that they were with the Board of Selectmen. This is our input period. This is what we're setting this up for. This is why they are
At our
here.
last Board of Selectmen meeting, we did not have information about when the site visit was going to take place. We also didn't have any information about the public opinion surveys.
No, that's,
So there was no way for us to give input in this process. I understand that they're reporting to the Board of Selectmen and asking for our input, but we're not getting enough material to provide proper input from my point of view.
I'm not sure, I don't,
We're on page
So for
5 of a
example, if there
50-page
are upcoming
document.
focus group meeting dates set, I don't know what they are.
Okay, I just want to clarify one thing. The focus groups were specifically town staff groups that were broken up into 3 areas: the land use and zoning group, the public services group, and the environment and recreation group. So those were set as part of this process, just town staff. The stakeholder discussions are ongoing and continuing to happen. So the list on the left 2 columns, those are the stakeholders, and we are continuing to grow that list and would welcome any input into that list. And then the focus groups, the initial set of meetings have happened with those groups. There are a couple of people who I had to reschedule with that we'll have separate conversations with, but that was just town staff.
Okay, so if there are staff members that aren't listed there, there's an opportunity to have them
Yes.
included in upcoming focus group conversations.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, and we're just having individual conversations with those we weren't able to, who weren't able to attend
And
previously.
so that's similar to the stakeholder discussions. Those are also one-off conversations, is that right?
By out of necessity, they are, just for because of scheduling conflicts. Our intention is to have them all meet together. But we're meeting during
The stakeholders?
The focus group
Focus groups.
participants.
Okay, different, right. So the stakeholders, though, are one-on-one conversations, is that right?
They have been. There are exceptions. Chuck Corsi is at the Land Trust, and he's meeting with multiple stakeholders there. But I'd say for the most part, these are one-on-one conversations.
All right, and we're not going to hear a summary or an analysis of that until further on in the process. Will the Board of Selectmen receive that before the public receives that?
You'll hear about it in this presentation, actually, in the first section.
Let's move forward and let's see what this is part of. And I think you might see that there's information here that might answer your questions.
No, I looked at the packet.
Okay. I'd still like to hear the rest of the presentation, please.
Okay.
Not
Sorry.
responding.
Sure. Mouse quit.
Mouse quit, gave up.
Thank you, Betsy. So this is a summary of the analysis done to date and takeaways from all the various points of engagement. So we'll walk through this. This is the first of 3 sections. Just keep that in mind. There are draft guiding principles to review after this, and then definition of plan alternatives. Next slide, please. This kind of summarizes at a high level the planning feedback that we've received on the process and the community's interests. Definitely understand there's broad support for this process. There's widespread desire for most of the site to remain open space. But within that, strong support for some level of development on or potentially adjacent to previously developed areas. Those are things that people feel like this process really needs to explore and needs to present the cost benefit to the community. And when looking through the Woodbridge POCD survey results, this mirrors what they recognized as the community's sentiments, and you see those summarized in the second set of bullet points on this page, and the desire for real action on the country club property, and that most participants suggested something in the middle of something on the spectrum from all open space or majority open space to a developed, more developed property. Next slide, please. So setting the context for some of the discussions tonight and looking at the greater New Haven and Woodbridge demographics. These are all things I'm sure that you're well aware of, but there are concerted state and local efforts to continue the growth in the New Haven area. Not to be missed, also Yale is embarking on a historic capital campaign, which will make Woodbridge more and more of a desirable place for new employees in the workforce that will be involved in that to live. Woodbridge's population, looking backwards over in the last decade, has grown slightly, and projections are suggest a stable population over the next decade, but an anticipated increase in younger families. The average, that's underscored by some further demographics. The average household size is slightly larger in Woodbridge than the COG, and we're starting to see that at Beecher with some of the space constraints and the space needs assessment, capital planning work that they're undertaking. There is an appendix with much more information in the back. Just a few things to note from that. The census from 2010 to 2020 showed that New Haven added some 34,000 jobs, but only 11,000 homes. So you start to see how these demographics begin to relate to some of the housing issues that we'll be discussing.
The stable population comment, is that from, is that a specific data set that we?
Yes, that is from census data. I think that should be cited at the bottom. That is census data as reported through the Woodbridge POCD.
Census data from the census or from the ACS?
From the U.S. Census, I believe it was.
Well, the ACS is part of the U.S. Census. Yeah. I'm only wondering because the sources are very different.
Yeah. We can follow up with that clarification.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. When thinking about the history of the site and the context that we're going to be addressing, it's clear when talking to folks, especially at the community open house, that there are many different memories of what this site is and what it means to the community, going back to its agrarian roots and people's understanding in relationship to that, but into how it, all the way through how it's used today as a place for the community to go and enjoy being out in nature, and have that kind of small town feel, running into neighbors. When we were out there today, we saw a number of families with their dogs walking, passing each other, stopping and saying hello. So there's a desire to honor the legacy of what came before, even up until recent past in the former country club uses of the site. Next slide, please. We've learned a lot about the natural systems on the site and how valued they are by the community, but also how important they are to the regional ecology and natural systems. There's widespread desire in the community for most of the site to remain open space, and I think open space means something different to everybody. But there's a desire for what happens to be done intentionally with sustainable best practices and land management practices, and preserving the site's most sensitive features. While the site may appear green, we know that there are areas, especially in the southwest, that are much more critical to regional hydrological systems, for example, than some of the other areas. When you add all the areas that we would consider sensitive or constrained, steep slopes, wooded areas larger than half an acre, water courses and their offsets, inland wetlands, etc. At minimum, 44% of the site would be considered constrained. When you layer on the areas that have been mapped as prime farmland soil, and you add in other offsets, you get up to some 65% of the site as being constrained at some level. So, and one of the unique features of the site is that they're not all in one location or the other. You have the steep slopes that run through the center of the property as a feature of the golf course. You have the low-lying area to the west. You have the higher areas in the ledges to the east, where it's wooded, and it was always cost prohibitive to do much. And so it makes thinking about how one uses a site in the future something that you have to be very careful about, how you create uses and destinations, but also how you can connect them across the site. We've looked into all the available reports, especially the deep forestry report. There are no known documented species listed under endangered, threatened, or special, but we know that there are bird populations on the site that come through that people value and go there to see. There certainly is habitat there, and we want to preserve, and in fact we want to enhance that habitat and control the invasives, reintroduce native species, and make it a better place for any of the species that may call it home. Our Phase 1 ESA was consistent with past environmental assessments of the site. No new significant environmental risk factors were identified, all consistent with former uses of the site. Pesticides, use on the golf course, some metals that may have been around the maintenance facilities, all things that you would consider par for the course. No pun intended.
No pun intended.
And all things that would be reasonable in a development transaction to work through, and hopefully there's grants and other things that you can find to help with that regard.
Mike, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
So to my understanding, to your second to last bullet
Yeah.
about endangered species, there's no natural diversity database habitat identified that overlaps with this property, which, for those who don't know, is a state managed database that identifies, threatened species of concern, whether they be threatened, endangered, etc., flora or fauna, and fauna. But there are, and you mentioned birds, but there have been observed birds of concern, and potentially, I'm still working on fact checking the status under the Endangered Species Act. But so I just want to be clear, because it depends on the source of data.
Yes.
Okay.
We've
and
heard
have you been dealing with those nuances?
We've heard about the observed birds for sure, and I mean, really, for us, we're trying to understand how that can inform what we're doing.
Sure.
And so the first step is, what are they? Where are they? How many? When? I mean, it is.
Are they resident? Are they migrating? How are they using it?
I mean, it's a whole science that is kind of it's at a deeper level of study than this planning effort can afford.
Okay.
I think what we can do is, with our landscape architects, our environmental engineers on the team, identify areas of the site we think would be high value for those types of species, and say, can we put them in a high protected class of land use for the site? But we can't back that up by saying because they're documented,
Yeah.
And so that's what we intend to do, and that's how we've started to craft these plan options. Is, we've said anything over a half acre, we're going to try not to disturb a wooded area, understanding that those aren't native species trees for the most part, and understanding that there are invasives that we can improve the quality of the habitat with. So if there are birds there today, that's great, but we're going to try to make this an even better environment.
That's nice to hear.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Next slide, please. So recreation and community amenities, we can talk a little bit more specifics when we get to the polling reports, but these are the takeaways that recreation programming actually came in the highest in the survey results as desired by the community. Some of the things that rose to the top of the list there, town pool, which was also supported by town staff in the focus groups, and identified in the PUCD as a high-ranking survey result from their survey. An ice rink, which was brought up with the Amity school superintendent. They commercially lease space for both their girls and boys hockey teams now, so that was of interest. And a recreation center, so not a community center, but a recreation center where you get indoor sports. I would say all of these, I mean, we need to do plan testing to see if this is, if these will work, but these are the things that the community identified on the survey. Outdoor programming, you can see the list there. Trails is at the bottom, but in fact, in terms of ranking, really was at the top, most desired. It's how people use the site today.
Can I ask a question about when you say the ranking and the feedback that we've gotten? Absent cost impact, for example, everybody would probably say, yeah, it'd be great to have a pool. When they see the price tag, does their opinion change? Are you planning to provide more information and then ask people again what their thoughts are?
The cost benefit analysis is part of the next phase of work. So we will be looking at the cost of those types of facilities to the town and residents, and the benefits that they may receive from those and other types of uses that may be on the site that could be commercial and tax revenue generating.
And then once that material is developed, get it out to the public and then ask if their opinion has changed, or is that not in the scope here?
It is in the scope to share it with the Board of Selectmen.
So it would be up to us if we wanted to get the public input again once we had a more realistic. I mean, right now, I would say I want all these things. A lot of townspeople would say that, but if they find out what the costs are, what the constraints might be, getting their input, I would have thought that we would have given them more information before we asked for their input so that they could make informed choices, but given that we've asked this, we kind of have this data now. I'm not sure what we're going to do in our decision.
We will include it
because this data is kind of isolated outside of any cost, right?
We're going to be doing cost benefit analysis in 2 steps. The first step will be done in more general terms, where we talk about what would be at a cost to the town in the general order of magnitude of that cost, and what would be revenue generating in the general order of magnitude of that. And we will share that information with the public in March before we meet with you, so you'll have the benefit of hearing the feedback from the public.
So,
after March,
I just want to understand, again, this is the part I want to understand. The Board of Selectmen won't see that cost data before the public sees that cost data? Is that what you said?
So the first step is for us to develop general order of magnitude cost and cost data in March. And what we had discussed early in this process was with the board was having the community input or feedback on that available to the board when they reviewed the plan options. So the board understood what the community's opinion was. Then we will review that with the board in early April, and then go to the second phase of cost estimating, where we engage a professional cost estimator as part of our team to develop more detailed cost estimating on a more narrow set of options, and then share those findings back with the board. So what we discussed at the beginning of the process was to have the community's feedback on the cost implications available to the board before the board gives the planning consultants direction.
Okay, so it sounds like if Board of Selectmen members have concerns about what is and is not included in the cost sketch that's going to be presented to the public, our opportunity is tonight and in the coming 5 days to get you that feedback, because we won't benefit by seeing that before it goes to the public. So if we have any input for you, you're going to want that sooner rather than later, it sounds like. Is that right?
That's correct, to keep us on track and on schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, but I think it's also very valuable to know what the community has in mind for that site. Clearly, cost is going to impact all of this for the whole community, but I think it's important for people to express what they might like to see, and then we can have those deeper conversations. We have to start somewhere. Right. So we wouldn't want to cost out, a ton of different options if the community has no interest in them. So I think this is, this is great work and a great place to start. Thank you.
And we will try to keep the plan flexible. And, in the way that we design a space for a recreational destination, it could be something that would be at a high cost to the town, but it could be something that could be at a lower cost to town. So an indoor facility, an indoor recreation facility, a high cost, but if it was an outdoor ice rink, seasonal ice rink that you use for a splash pad in the summer, also meets some of the communities, but uses the same land area, uses the same parking area. You have flexibility as you carry this plan forward and start to move towards implementation, to find partners to come and help you develop it. You're still meeting the community needs, but doing it in the most fiscally responsible way.
Right, and that might include revenue generating options. The more expensive option might give us the opportunity for more revenue in the future to offset.
And in the compressed period of our time, our 6 months together, we simply don't have the chance to work through terms of those kinds of deals with you. But we're giving you the direction.
Thank you.
Next slide, please. Utilities and infrastructure, we've learned a bit more since we last spoke with you. What we've learned that there was public water supply through a private pump system from Ansonia, roughly where Ansonia and Rimmen meet, going north-south down to the clubhouse. The condition and capacity of that today are unknown. The sewer line coming down Woodbridge, now we understand, turns to the west off of Woodfield, and goes to the clubhouse from there. So we have a better map, more accurate map of that now. Again, the condition and capacity of that is unknown, but from what we understand from Public Works, both are likely in need of full replacement to be able to serve any future uses in that area.
And who would be responsible for that? I guess that depends, of course.
It depends. Right.
It could be
Depends on
worked
what you
into
do.
a plan, or it could be on the town.
Correct.
Okay. But it wouldn't be this, because that's a state, no, I don't know.
No.
It's a private,
It's private property, it's
Okay.
on ours. It depends on what we do with the property and who we do it with
Sure.
and what,
And what they're
it'll
willing to
determine,
do.
exactly.
Yeah.
The
Exactly.
state has actually published that one of their priorities is to help towns with infrastructure.
well,
For
good,
things like that.
because
So-
towns need it. So that's encouraging to hear.
So that,
As
No,
that goes on
it's true. In the state POCD,
To meet state priorities,
correct. Yes, thank you.
so, which is very important. It's what, they're gonna help you with money to do what they would like you to do.
and the state POCD does talk about bringing low-impact infrastructure to sites like this that are underdeveloped. So I think there's probably opportunities there for some support. Next slide, please. Land use and zoning, again, the desire that we hear from the community is to maintain most of the site for open space and recreation, but to explore complementary building uses on or adjacent to previously developed areas. We'll take a closer look at the uses here in a moment, but some of the ones that came to the top of the survey rankings: housing, hospitality, restaurants, cafe, and I should say recreation center, not community center, but a kind of a center for indoor rec. And when looking at the Woodbridge POCD, which took that had more detailed questions about housing, these are some responses from that survey. Too few condos in townhomes, mixed use and affordable options in town. While 60% of participants feel Woodbridge's housing stock is not accessible and affordable enough, and they would desire affordable single-family structures if possible.
Can I ask a question of you?
Yes.
How do you interpret that POCD survey feedback? That it seems contradictory, but how are you going to interpret it in this project?
The point about the accessibility and affordability, is that what you're?
Well, the part about too few condos, townhomes, and then in the next bullet, would like to see more single-family structures.
Yeah. I think what it suggests is that there's a need for, and I think this is reflected in some of the demographics, that you're having younger professionals, younger families coming here looking for affordable homes to start their journey in life, and those could be condos, townhomes. They would desire the single-family homes, but they have to be at a size and scale and on a small enough lot that they are comparable in price. And so I think we'll look at some alternative options for smaller, more clustered single-family homes. There's a kind of cottage court model, provides individual ownership, but you share yards, you share parking areas, things like that. I think that's one of the things we'll do in response to this, is try to find some more innovative approaches to providing single-family home ownership at an affordable price.
I would add, these
Do you
don't.
think there might be an opportunity for slightly more sophisticated surveying that could dive into this a little bit in more depth, so that we could make sure that we're matching the solution to what people are trying to express here? It doesn't seem like it's clearly being expressed in the survey data you're looking at, but there's probably an opportunity to fine tune and get a little more sophisticated with the analysis, so we know a little bit more what would make people happy.
I don't know if it's that. I read it as just different, that these were the two top thoughts that came out of the survey.
Usually in a survey, you can go a layer deeper to say, if you answered the question this way, here are two more options. It's just it's a matter of survey design, that's all.
Well, the Woodbridge POC survey was had many more questions than what's reported here, so we can go back and look at those findings again. We could even speak with SLR, who's continued to work on the POCD. I think that would be a good place to start. And with regards to surveying the public, again, that is part of our March efforts at the Community Open House #2. So that'll be a chance for us to get feedback on different
Yeah, so
housing
that's
options.
the survey, though, that I would really like to see the questions before they're asked. So I hope we're going to have an opportunity to see that.
The way that we have constructed this, the next 5 days is really an opportunity to help share for the board to share thoughts about priorities for the next round of engagement. I think hearing this tonight about more detail on housing options is going to inform how we construct that survey. I'd say over the next 5 days, if there are other priorities, please provide those to us, and we'll be sure to build them into how we construct the survey.
I just wanted to add, from what I saw on this, it doesn't look like these are contradictory bits of feedback, that are both, the two pieces highlighted are both about affordable housing. They don't seem to contradict each other to me anyhow.
That's my reading as well, is that all of these types of housing are desired
Exactly,
in
yeah.
town. And that there was an expressed desire for affordable single-family homes, but also for the other types that are listed there.
And in terms of digging in deeper, Sheila, it sort of sounds like you were asking to participate in the construction of the survey. You know, it sounds like what our options really are that, you know, we've hired a consultant to do that, and that we can provide feedback to them and what we might want to see in there. All of us have the ability to send an email to our consultants to provide that. So, I mean, I'm certainly happy to do that. And I think crafting a survey as a team of 12 is a little bit much.
There's definitely a level of detail that, you know, I mean, it's in the crosstabs, as they say, when they design these surveys. So I think that the Board of Selectmen can handle a sophisticated analysis of the data. I'm hoping that we're going to see that at some point, but it really is going to be based on what they're asking. And we did have a previous survey, and I mentioned it to Chuck at the open house. I don't know if anyone got you the data for that yet?
From
What survey are you referring to?
The public opinion survey that we put out in Mail, Mika, this is when you served on the Board of Selectmen?
Is this the one that Rick Bordeaux and EDC put together?
Yes. Well,
Yeah,
not
that was-
EDC, but Rick Bordeaux, yeah.
What year was that?
2017.
So it's 9-year-old data at this point.
Yeah, but it was the analysis and the weighting. Keep in mind that survey was done in the mail, and so each household got that. So there was a weighting analysis done. This is kind of a conversation I had with Chuck about this at the open house. I don't know if anything's come of that. But you would want to sort of replicate the weighting that was done there, and I'm sure that's something that Rick could share. Mika, I don't know if he's...
I'm pretty sure that they have that.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure that that's part of the materials that was provided as far as overall, and if it's not, that's certainly something that can be provided. And
Yeah, well, Rick's weighting is probably not. I don't think we had a copy of that. That was sort of proprietary. So yeah, that would be helpful. I don't know if...
have you done
Someone
surveys on
approach it.
other analysis that you've done?
Yeah, the survey reporting is coming up in a few slides, and you'll see the breakdown between.
But I mean, just generally speaking, Mike, you do surveys as part of what you do.
Oh, as part of every project like this, we survey, and we find that you have to take the quantitative data along with all the qualitative input that you receive. There's no surveys designed absolutely perfectly, and you have to synthesize the findings and build it and pair it with the planning concepts to really get solid direction from them. The surveys are an inadequate tool to design the plan themselves. They need to
Without
inform.
the other data.
They need to inform it, you know.
Thank you.
And, I mean, just a kind of, maybe this is too glib of an example, but when I shared earlier today that if you ask people what they wanted to see on the site, and everyone said Ferris wheel, you obviously wouldn't be going out and saying, we're gonna find a way to put a Ferris wheel on the site. Say, well, what do people value in that? An iconic recreation, family-friendly destination. Okay, what does that mean? How can we do something like that for Woodbridge? So you have to take all these surveys and really understand what's the value behind it, that the values behind it that people are desiring, and then find a way for a plan to support that in a fiscally responsible way, in a way that can be phased and built.
Example works, thank you.
And in a couple of slides, when we get to the survey results, you will see that we did break down, we asked the question, would you like, of which sort of general categories people would like to see on the site, one of which was housing. Within that, we asked what kind of housing. So
Yes.
that data is represented in our survey results so far.
But not for the other categories, I'll say. And that was a little bit disappointing for me. While
Right,
we're
and
on
you
this
mentioned that.
bandwagon,
Yes.
There's a million types of recreation. There's different types of open space. There's different types of economic, commercial development. But only housing provided those options. And so for my feedback, and I'll include this in an email, but here we are, is to add those levels of details for those other land uses as well. Specifically, commercial development. Like, what type would best serve you in this community? If you're diving that deep into housing, I think it should be that standard should be consistent for other uses.
Yeah, agreed, especially on the recreation point too. I mean,
Yes,
there are so many
many.
recreation ideas, and if people want open space, if there were an arboretum, are people excited about that as open space, or does that not count for people? Like,
But-
there are some details.
Again, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to draw on that. Like,
and I-
drawing those details out will be helpful.
And I agree, but at the same token, for example, you've talked to 1,000 people, there's 1,000 contacts.
Yeah.
So when you're talking to somebody individually, they're giving you the individual thought that they have in regards to what they're looking for. So if you, like, for example, on a slide that I'm sure we're gonna get to at some point in time, there's
not
golf
so
course,
sure.
there's ice skating, there's art center, there's
Yes.
sports fields, there's retail, there's apartments, there's targeted house, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
There's
But
different
that wasn't-
criteria, but that's as a result of having the contacts, and
Right.
that's the reason the contacts are so important.
So now exactly, but now that we have those can be integrated into the next survey as
Well,
options.
they'll be integrated in the site plan test, so people will
Okay.
actually
I'm sorry,
start to
misspeaking.
see,
Okay,
and then we'll gather feedback on that.
okay.
I mean, the thing about, you have to remember, you have to start somewhere.
Of course.
Right? And that was our first point of contact with the general public. So we're based on everything we learned through the interview process, the RFP, et cetera, we came up with a list of what we thought were had the highest potential of sort of garnering interest. So we started with those. We heard other things that came up. We'll begin to, we hadn't thought of an ice rink, right? So now that's in the site plan testing because it came up multiple times. And so the process is going to you just have to think of it like a
Narrow it
funnel,
down, yeah.
right? There are things that ended up so low here that probably not going to draw a dog park, right? It's so low. But we thought, well, maybe a dog park initially. So I think the process is going to lead us to the ones, and we get a chance to show multiple options in March. So the community's not just seeing one plan and giving feedback. It only has one or the other type of recreation space. And then the board gets to weigh in on it, and then we continue on from there.
Thank you.
Okay. Next slide, please. Zoning, I think you probably don't need to spend a lot of time. This is just reporting what the current state of zoning is on the site today. You could see uses that are permitted in RA, which is a residential zoning for the site today in the table, with a key on the left here, single family by permit, and with special plan application or special exception, you can have denser residential on the site. Worth noting that things like a recreation center or an ice rink or some of these other things we heard about are not permitted, would require zoning relief. We do know that within the public drinking water watershed, currently opportunity housing is not permitted. That's a 2021 statute, and so that's something that we'll talk about more when we get to the site plan testing. And just for visual reference, the size of the minimum size of a residential lot permitted today, the 1.5 acre square in upper left, so you can see really quite large parcel on the site.
But, Mike, it's my understanding, and anyone here, please correct me if I'm wrong, that in maybe 2021, our single-family 1.5 acre lot zoning was amended to accommodate, I believe, where there's the infrastructure to support it, accessory dwelling units, up to 14
Yes.
per acre, 14 per lot,
14 ADUs?
14 units. That's what I,
No.
tell me.
ADU is a
Single.
single unit. ADU is in just, it's 1,000 feet or 1/3 of the.
So for
size of
each
the home.
1.5 acre lot where infrastructure can support it,
It's by
residents can
permit.
add one ADU.
One ADU.
One?
One.
Okay.
And it needs to be, as Mika was saying, it needs to be smaller than the existing unit. You can't
Sure,
build a
sure,
bigger
sure.
accessory
Yeah.
unit. So, yeah, the limit is 1/3 of the existing
But
size or
that's
1,000
a
feet.
nice,
Yeah, that is what it is.
It's big. Huge.
ability.
Yeah.
So that should maybe be integrated or I don't know what purpose
Yeah. So the ADU
this
is-
slide serves,
But
but
the ADU is specific to existing structures.
where there's,
so-
oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
you're right, so it does
that
not apply.
really
here.
wouldn't apply.
Okay.
here. Yep, exactly, but,
Though, if a single family 1.5 acre lot was
Mm-hmm.
put on here,
correct.
In
They
the
could
long
build it
term.
with an ADU.
yeah.
You're exactly right.
So we just need to
Yes.
think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
Thank
then-
Can I also, I'm sorry. I wanted to also ask a question about, I think I'm confused about what this slide is telling us. So with regard to the opportunity housing multifamily, should we also be depicting what that looks like on the map? Because there are if I'm reading the bullets correctly, and I understand the current zoning, there is areas that could be multifamily housing on this property. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes.
The 1.5 acres is just depicting scale.
Yeah.
It's just to
Just
let
for
you know.
Right. So for the opportunity housing version of the zoning regulations, I'd like to see that depicted as well so that we have an understanding of it. I'm not sure this slide is
There's no minimum
clear
lot
at
size.
all about the density that's possible.
There's no minimum lot size for multifamily. So that's why it's not represented.
And it seems like that would be
Right, so
coming up in a use plan.
potentially there could be X number of units of housing, correct?
Correct.
And
as-
somebody could
yes.
calculate what that X is,
And
and
we-
I think it would be clearer.
Sheila, we
if
know what it
explained
is.
that.
We know what
Yes,
it is.
And as we move forward, we will
Okay,
be doing
so
test
shouldn't it be
fits.
on this slide?
Not yet, because we're not there yet with our test fits. The 1.5 is a given, not based on any test fit and not based on any kind of topographic or other considerations about the site. As we move forward and do test fits, you will see what that might look like on the site, based on the alternatives that you choose, from what we'll show you toward the end of the presentation. This side
Okay,
really
so-
was just
and I don't
about,
want to jump ahead, but
Betsy was
test
still
pits
giving her
are
explanation.
way down the line. They're
Well, they
nowhere
will
near in the
start-
scope
they'll
of your
start-
work. Is that right?
no, they'll start right away after the alternatives are selected, from what we have to show you tonight. So this side is really just telling you what's currently in your zoning code.
So-
And the other thing to bear in mind here is that most of the other uses, as Mike mentioned, that have been discussed as being of interest to the community, such as a hotel, restaurant or cafe, outdoor dining, recreation center, none of those are currently permitted under the zoning. So depending on what the town,
Right.
the community would like to see here, there might be a need to look at your zoning resolution going forward. It's
Right,
not
but
part of our
this
process.
slide is just trying to explain what the current zoning is, right?
Correct, and only focused on the residential, because this is residential A zoning.
Right, so I'm just wondering if we could make it clearer what that multifamily option would, what is possible and what is not possible. And I don't get it from
What-
this slide, but
I
maybe
think
you'll
they're saying
clarify.
they don't have enough information
It's
yet.
not even the information. This is specifically indicating what the zoning regs indicate you can do with the land right now. It's not suggesting anything. It's not suggesting one thing or another. It's just saying it's residential A, and this is what it's zoned for. That's it.
Currently.
That's it. Currently, this is what it's zoned for, period. So there's no suggestion, there's no depiction, there's no anything else.
So everything in yellow is possible to be multifamily. Is that what we're supposed to draw from this?
You,
As we move forward, we'll show you some of the other constraints on the site that will prohibit
So-
any type of
right.
development happening on them, but as far as your zoning of this site, it is permitted in the yellow.
And in answer to your question, the answer is no. The yellow doesn't depict everything that could be multifamily housing, because as Betsy is indicating,
I think
there
I just
could,
heard yes and no.
no. There, but Betsy said is there's wetlands, Sheila. You can't build on wetlands.
I
So,
Well, I'm aware of
A
that.
few slides before, I think it was 40
But in terms of
65%.
zoning, That's
was
what
the
Betsy
amount
said
of-
was
yeah.
in terms of zoning,
Yeah.
Yes, in terms
the
of
yellow
zoning.
is the area.
So we
And then
could
we'll
probably,
narrow it
there's
down
there's a
based on
there's a
topography
better
and
slide coming up.
wetlands.
Let's move forward.
Zoning wise, it's all this yellow area is potentially multifamily.
No, no. That the answer is absolutely no. And we'll see that in a couple of slides. So I think we might want to move
So
forward.
can we depict it though, if the
They
zoning
do in a
changes
slide up
within
ahead.
that yellow, could we depict that? I don't know the answer to that.
It is depicted in a slide that's upcoming. So if we can move forward, we could, you'll see why we're saying that.
Just go.
So the survey responses that we've touched on a few times, you see them all here broken out by the responses we received at the open house on the boards themselves, the Mentimeter survey, which is a follow-up to that, the exact same questions, and the initial survey monkey land use survey that went out. So those are the 3 different surveys. We've aggregated the results. You see them here broken out by each individual category. But we think it's more helpful if you look at the next slide, please, where we've started to group them by thematic categories. Recreation uses, and we understand there are many different kinds, came out as the highest vote garnering topic area. Housing uses, again, many different kinds. Commercial, natural wooded areas, and trails. We calculated separately because trails could really be woven in and around all these other different types of uses. And lastly, cultural uses, things like a sculpture park or performance band shell, things like that. Again, all of these different types of uses we will test in our site planning. We'll go back and look at the detail. And we've suggested in the definition of plan alternatives the ones that we would start by testing. One of the things we'll ask for in the next 5 days is if you think there should be another thing that we test or something that's not worth testing, let us know that in your feedback.
recreation, is that assumed it's active recreation? Because like trails is
Yeah.
recreation.
Yes.
Right.
These data, I understand humans' desire to like group and display things very organized, but I don't.
Go to the slide
Right,
before.
so if you
go to the slide before.
previous
Slide
Yeah.
before,
slide,
please.
Yeah.
It breaks out
All of
all
them.
of
Yeah.
those categories.
Okay.
And
You, yeah,
it
you.
includes
And this is what we
active
really
and-
are consulting when we're coming up with what we're going to test.
Okay. So I'll wait. I'll wait.
And again, I said we're combining this with all of the interviews and stakeholder feedback. So you're getting so ice rink, we get, got more support during those conversations. So it bumps up.
Okay. Thank you.
So we've also, with the support of Goldman in New York, have looked at market potential of some of the uses that we've been exploring on the site. We've gathered regional commercial data. This is by its nature somewhat backwards looking, but it shows trends for what could be most viable here in the future. Something that I'll just start on the left, things that we think have a limited potential is traditional commercial and retail. That's the trend we see all around the country. Your vacancy rates here for retail are holding about steady. I think you're the asking rents for retail space haven't really dropped either, which shows that there's still a lot of there's not a lot of demand in that market right now. And more to the point, this isn't really the location for convenience or commercial retail. This wants to be what we refer to as experiential retail, like a destination restaurant or brewery or a cafe set in kind of a park space associated with some other programming, or with hospitality. Those are the types of things that we still see strength in the market for around the country. It could be associated with agricultural uses like a small orchard or berry patch, which are ideas that we're testing. In terms of the residential market, we talked about the trends, the demographic trends. That supports strong regional demand that will continue into the foreseeable future for the New Haven region. For multifamily. Within multifamily, the senior housing profile is showing very strong demand. The rate of residents at 80 plus years of age is rising at 4 times the average population in the area, which suggests that there's a real demand for senior housing. You have a project here in town, which sounds like it's been successful from a market point of view, which could be something we'd like to learn more about. Single family is showing moderate potential, and as we discussed earlier, it's the smaller unit types that seem to be missing right now. The 2-family homes, the cottages, to fill the affordability gap. We've also done a bit of research into the hospitality market in the region. There's some 30 projects in the pipeline across the state, but when you look at the daily rates and the vacancy rates, daily rates are continuing to rise, and vacancy rates are not suggesting that market is going to stay strong. But the market is trending very much towards smaller and boutique hospitality. So not the big conference centers, but something smaller that could host weddings and have smaller events, maybe be a retreat center, maybe have spa and wellness services or a small restaurant. Those are the types of things that, like pictured in the Mayflower Inn in Connecticut, that we think we should explore here. So this gives us an underpinning. Again, we will do a cost-benefit analysis of some of these uses as we get further along, and we'll look at actual development costs and what potential revenues could be for the town for these. But this gives us a solid understanding of what to begin testing. And it mirrors the community feedback in many ways too. Next slide, please. So, kind of circling back to some of the earlier physical analysis, as we segue into the next section here, when we start to think about how some of these, what the land itself is beginning to tell us, this is where we begin as physical planners. The center of the site is very open, has a large topographic plateau. You get great views out and around to the landscape. You're furthest from the roadways, so you feel really enveloped in nature at that point of view. It's the edges that really have a more heterogeneous composition to them. Along Ansonia, because of the former fairways that are there and the relative high elevation, it's unconstrained from some of the wetland and other issues, waterway constraints that you have along Johnson. Along Johnson, you have really 2 parallel tracks. You have the lowest lying land by the roadway, and then the upper fairway, former fairway area that's relatively flat, but long and narrow. So that suggests a certain type of, or certain uses would be best suited for that. To the far east and to the far south, you have the most sensitive site features, but in very different ways. One very low and wet, and very high and full of rock and ledge, as Mika attested to his golf balls bouncing 40 feet in the air.
That's usually where I
off of.
ended up.
And then the clubhouse area, the most disturbed area of the site, an area that really needs care, and it really needs to be stitched back into to the rest of the site. Even with future development as an option, one would hope that's done in the most sustainable way possible to restore the landscape there, to clean up the area, the brownfield area that's there. And in fact, that may be the most financially demanding way to do it. So you have the two access points. You'll see that we begin to test the idea of a third at Rimmon and Ansonia. It would be offset from that intersection. We have transportation planners to help us think through that on the team. But we'll have to think about whether or not that's needed a little bit further down the road. Anything else?
Can I ask a question about the map?
Yes.
The section of the property that runs between Woodfield and the highway,
Yes.
the Merritt,
Yes.
Wilbur-Cross Highway.
Yes.
We don't have a circle and a label on it. What's the status there?
The intent was for that to be captured in the sensitive site feature area. It's also very hilly, has a lot of rock ledge to it, except for the very southern portion of it, of course. And you're right next to the Merritt, which if you're thinking about users of that area presents some environmental concerns I think we'd have to discuss. There are lots of places where we work where they have regulations that you can't even consider housing within a certain buffer of a limited access highway like the Merritt. So it's a constrained piece of land for all of those reasons. But an important one because
I'm just asking because I guess technically the very top right of that abuts a parcel that was being privately suggested for development. So I'm not. I think that the public is probably going to be interested to know. Well, then what's our consideration of publicly owned portion here that almost abuts that parcel?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think it presents an opportunity for the conservation easement. It's adjacent, while it has the Merritt there, it's adjacent to a large undeveloped wooded area near the Yale Golf Course. There's some ecological rationale.
Well, on the other side of the Wilbur Cross is the Yale Golf Course. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Right, and the bright.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if it could be developed, if the private parcel a little further down that shares a lot of the characteristics can be developed. How do we say that this can't be developed?
I think because given the rock ledge and the topography, it would be at great cost to develop that site.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what the topography of the other property is, but it runs right up to it, so I think topography is probably similar, isn't it?
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
I mean, if you
I
look at the colors on this drawing, the bright green represents slopes of more than 15%. So there are two large swaths of that bright green in the area that you're talking about. There's also a brook running through that piece of the property that would constrain development, and then the darker green is areas of significant tree canopy. So I think those issues combined make it challenging for development in addition to the Merritt proximity.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If I can, I'll bring us into the next section here on plan principles. And first, let's look at the next slide just to set context. We've talked about this a few times, but Now this is a section where we're asking feedback, so we thought it would be good to actually lay out what that schedule looks like, so you understand how this fits in with all the other activities that we have coming ahead. So today, we're reviewing these guiding principles we're about to share. We're going to discuss alternative strategies for organizing uses on the site, and then next week, request feedback on those two items. After that, we will develop site plan tests, a high-level order of magnitude cost-benefit analysis, share that with the focus groups, the tax, and the community, and then be back in early April. We could come back on March 12th, as we said, but we're planning to come back in early April to review, test fit site plans, and identify a preferred direction. So we'll be testing multiple site plans and bring those to you during meeting number 5, and then be asking for direction forward on how to combine the best, most successful elements of the various site plans into a single preferred one to carry forward. And then we'll develop further cost and implementation supporting elements in meeting 6 to review with you, and then move toward the final plan. Okay, so let's talk about. I'm sorry.
Can I ask a question about dates for these items listed at the bottom?
Mm-hmm.
Community open house number 2, TAC number 3, and focus group number 2. Do you have dates for those?
We have.
We have set the date for the community open house. I believe it's April 2nd. Is that right, Allison?
This was like just decided, right? It was April 2nd from
6 to 8.
But the location hasn't been decided yet, depending on what your needs will be, and then we'll search for a room.
Okay. And we
April 2nd is what day of the week?
Wednesday.
That's Wednesday, 6 to 8 p.m.
Okay. Are we going to get that information, or just, I guess we have it now?
Is it, I think it's, is it
I'll put it on my
posted?
calendar.
Yeah, I think we have it now. Something will go out as well in terms of it now that we've got the date established. The date was just established.
And then we are working internally now to bring some dates forward for the TAC and the focus group to share with the town. But those are not set yet.
Right. And I would appreciate hearing when those dates are. I would like to attend that meeting if I know what the date is.
Karen, you notify the Board of Selectmen each time we set up a TAC meeting or any, so, yes, no problem, Sheila.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions before we jump in? Okay. Next slide, please. So guiding principles. This is what they are and how they're going to help us. They are going to, if you've been part of planning processes before for physical planning or strategic planning, you'll be familiar. They're going to assist us in evaluating the alternatives that we'll be discussing. We'll look at the alternatives, try to determine how successful they are in achieving the goals that we set out in the principles. They, by their nature, they will be broad-ranging and hopefully reflect all the values that we've heard and want to build into this plan. And they will then be part of the plan going forward. And if the plan priorities change years from now, you need to make decisions about how to adapt the plan, you'll have these to refer back to and assist in your decision making then. So they're a way of helping give this plan some longevity as things may change in the future. They're organized around 5 different themes. Next slide. And we'll walk through each one of these. I understand that this will be a lot to take in. And what we're going to do is ask for you to go back and to provide us feedback on how we can enhance and add on to these, if you think that's appropriate, with specific edits. We can even provide this in a Word document if that's helpful. So we'll start with the first one, and we'll just walk through one at a time. So pursuing sustainability at the highest level. Next slide. I won't read these all word for word, but I'll just try to summarize them, and please jump in with any questions. So we want to develop a plan that prioritizes environmental stewardship, and enhances the site's most valuable natural areas and sensitive landscapes. We want to do that with the use of sustainable land management practices, focus on ecological health. We want to preserve the hydrological functions of the site, and be responsible stewards of the local watersheds. And we want to develop a plan that sets you up for energy efficient site design, green infrastructure, etc. Again, we aren't getting that level of detail, but it all starts with planning, and picking the best areas for the various different uses. Next, please. In terms of making a plan that is resonant with the context, we want to develop a plan that is reflective of Woodbridge's distinctive rural character and charm, that reflects its agricultural heritage, and aligns, this is a very broad one, but aligns with local and state planning goals. So that's why you've heard us reference the POCD so many times, the local level, the state, the Greenway Plan, all of these other plans. We want to make sure that their priorities are reflected in what we're doing. We want to expand access and opportunity for recreation and cultural opportunities, doing that in a way that has a diverse range of offerings, that's multi-use, multi-generational, and ones that complement the other offerings that you have locally and in the region. And that's why we're looking out at the market analysis and the like. We want to support local arts, culture, and community events. We think that's best done through flexible use spaces, and as opposed to very bespoke spaces. We want to prioritize universal access throughout the site. It's a hilly site. We want to make sure that it's something that everyone can navigate, that if people are coming with public transportation, that there's equal access for that, as well as people coming on foot, by bike, by car. We want to support the community needs in the broadest sense, through environmentally responsible design, but design that is going to be economically viable for the town in the long term, and continue to promote health and wellness throughout the community, with recreation and other community serving uses. Simply the access to nature, we know research shows, has great benefits for the health and wellness of a community. And last but certainly not least, a plan that's economically and fiscally responsible. So we're building in the cost-benefit analysis into our plan testing, ensuring that potential controlled development generates long-term economic benefits and doesn't overly burden taxpayers. And a big part of that is identifying opportunities for external funding sources, grants, and partnerships to support the implementation. And the final slide just summarizes all of them here. Again, understand that you'll need time to read through these in detail. We'll provide this in a format where you can give us consolidated feedback. But if there's any initial reaction, something that that's missing, something that you feel like should be enhanced, that we should think about, please, now would be a time to mention it.
I have some ideas. Only observationally from what I saw at the open house and what I've heard from the public is traffic concerns. And so integrating or into potentially number 2 in the thoughtful design, reducing preventing increases maybe in vehicular congestion. I'd say somewhat related to that, but not exclusively, is like noise and light pollution,
Yep.
which is a very real thing. And that can tie into a lot of these guiding principles, honestly.
Yep.
And as something that I've been kind of saying or framing from the beginning, I really love the pursuit of sustainability at the highest level. Great framing of that. But I think inherent to that is I would love to see some homage paid to promoting climate resilience, like supporting the town's hopefully developing initiatives for climate adaptability and resilience. Climate change,
Yeah.
adaptability and resilience. I'm sorry.
That's good. I think those are really good additions, and not overly specific. And we can integrate those.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, and I think this is very well put together. And I think, you know, we've heard comments about having really strong guiding principles and values for driving this process, and I think this captures it very well.
Great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
agreed, thank you.
Okay. We'll move on. If there's no more comments, we'll move on to the next final section here. The definition of plan alternatives. So the construct that we've used, and we used with lots of planning projects like this, is to begin by thinking about the site in terms of a few levels of intervention, we'll call it. Preserve, enhance, and transform are the opportunity areas that we've put forward to organize our thinking at this point. So there's a few bullets here that describe the kind of general intent of each one of these, but they're not exhaustive. So in the preserve area, that is a place best suited for passive recreation. If there are buildings or structures that are very low impact in nature, an example of that could be the nature center in the bottom right picture. That's actually in my town where I live, which is kind of an off-the-grid nature center, composting toilets, solar, etc., built with donated architect services. The community actually came out and swung hammers to help build it. I mean, it's heavily used by the community for after-school programs and the like. And it sits within a 400-acre conservation easement. And this area would be the area that would have the highest potential for those easements. We've identified those in the testing. Enhancement is a place that, while you can have passive recreation, we think that's where you start to think about active recreation, fields, ball courts, etc. And the buildings there would be in support of those uses. So if you had a pool, you'd have some outdoor pools, some pool facilities to support them, for example. And then transform is where we see clustered building development. So as opposed to sprawling or expansive, being very strategic about how the land is used, and clustering services in a sustainable manner, and the open spaces there being a mix of potentially public and private open spaces, like a restaurant, for example, that could have a small herb garden, outdoor alfresco dining area that anyone could come and enjoy, abutting a park, for example. So that's how we've organized the thinking, and with just some imagery to support that. And we referenced the cottage housing typology earlier. That's an image of that on the bottom right there, with a kind of shared front lawn garden area, if you will, with about half a dozen small single-family cottages, and the parking's all clustered off to the side here.
So to my understanding, Mike, that approach to residential development is designed to reduce the impacts of fragmentation, to kind of put all the impervious surface together, leaving green spaces less
you have
Disrupted.
You, instead of 6 driveways, you have 1.
Yeah.
Instead of pulling all sewer and water 100 feet into each lot to the home, you're doing it once and you're stemming off of it. So it's a reduction in all the disruption on a site. And if these were to happen in a previously disturbed area, you have more area you can reclaim and restore, but still providing the same housing opportunity.
Interesting.
So, you need to find an enlightened developer for a project like this. I mean, there's not a lot of it out there. But if you put together a plan like this that the community supports, that the board endorses, and you've done the legwork to go out to some of those developers, and we can help make those relationships, you can say, we kind of put the ball on the tee. Do you want to come? Another golf. Sorry.
Public course.
Yeah. That's what a planning process can do, right? Instead of a developer, I don't know if Woodbridge is going to be interested in this. I don't know if I want to spend the time and the money sussing it out.
I think you also see these often for community housing, like co-housing units, where
Yes.
they're meant to promote community engagement,
Yes.
a more neighborly feel, and then sharing of resources, so that you're not only limiting the impact of the impervious spaces, but then you have a shared playground, or you have a shared garden, you have a shared
Yes.
mower, those types of things, sort of promoting that community cohesion.
Yeah. Okay. And this next slide just gives you a sense. We thought there'd be a lot of questions about how big things are, because we're about to look at acreages on the maps. And these will be borne out more in our site plan testing, but the general rules of thumb, a small orchard or berry patch, 1 to 5 acres, maybe even be down as small as 1 to 3. We were out there with the TAC and spoke with someone from the agricultural committee earlier today. Recreation was centered with pools and courts, multi-purpose field, ice rink, etc. And these, as the note at the bottom suggests, these include parking allowances, and the more you start to cluster these, the smaller, the more shared parking you can have, and so that number will go down. And then some general rules of thumb for different housing types. Big ranges in this, and we really need to do some site plan testing, because every site is different based on its topography, and if you have to be quite linear in your way you lay out things, or you can cluster them. For example, restaurant, brewery with some nice outdoor space, 1 acre to 2. Boutique hotel, a huge range here depending on the amenities and other services they're providing, but should give you an idea of what those general sizes are. Next slide, please. So we've organized these into 4 alternatives, and we'll have a chance to look at all of them together at the end. And just to describe what we're looking at, all of the green areas are the preserved, the lowest intensity uses. The white crosshatch are areas we think would be well suited for conservation easements. These are quite large. You see, 10 acres to 37 acres. Probably don't want to go much smaller than 10, I would think. As much as we can connect them, the better as well. So there could be some more that could be done in that regard here, depending on what happens in the other areas of the preserve. Enhance is in the kind of yellow orange, and then transform, where housing, some of the more commercial uses could be, is in the red. So in this particular scenario, we're locating the enhance and transform where the access to the site is today. In the northwest corner, we have the key intersection of Ansonia and Johnson, relatively flat land where the parking is today. And then the transform area on the previously disturbed clubhouse area, but not going as far up as the former maintenance buildings. Within that area, you get about 12 acres of land. Some of it is quite hilly on the 8-acre parcel, so you'd have to kind of terrace development, probably with parking down on the Woodfield area site and some housing to the north. And the presence of the public watershed there is what informs the division between the two. But we test other options for that in future ones.
Can I ask a quick question about your preserve, conserve designation there with the
Sure.
white crosshatch?
Uh-huh.
Are there areas that, so there's a section called preserve that envisions maybe seasonal events, orchards, trails. Are you thinking that you can't have a conservation easement if you want to do those types of activities? Because
No, you could.
you could also conserve that as well,
You
right?
could.
Okay.
And that,
So it's not necessarily those cross hatchings that are depicting what could be conserved. You don't have to stop there, right? You do the rest of the areas that you've marked for preserve, right? The rest of the green could also be conserved and then used for playing fields, etc.
It depends on how the conservation easement is written.
It depends on the particulars, and I think before you committed to a conservation easement, you think about all the potential uses you may want in that land and what the benefit to the town would be by securing an easement there in perpetuity.
Right, and I guess that's the piece. I think that people are probably going to be more open to options for doing things with the property if they think there's a way to kind of lock up the parts that are not meant to be developed, right? So I think that people might be more open to developing a portion if they think the rest of it is actually protected with a conservation restriction, rather than just, oh, we're leaving it in this preserve or enhance mode, but that's open to future changes that could then go ahead and, you've established that the zoning would allow whatever amount of density, and therefore in the future that portion of the property could also be developed that way, unless it had that conservation restriction. So I just wanted to understand that there's nothing preventing us from saying, the areas that we're going to preserve could also be conserved. They don't have to not be
That's
conserved.
correct.
Just like we did with Alleged Field, that's got a conservation restriction on it, but obviously we have playing fields there, right?
And the same holds true, Sheila. I think the town has demonstrated pretty good discipline in regards to keeping those spaces preserved without necessarily the easement, as is the evidenced by our Fitzgerald tract, which doesn't have any easements on it, but we're pretty committed to.
I'm sure people would
We're committed to
argue
keeping that preserved. We're committed. We've demonstrated that we're not.
more protected if it was conserved. We definitely heard that, but yeah, and we may hear it with this as well. But I just wanted to understand for the purposes of this diagram, so I think I understand that. Thank you.
Can I just clarify though? The word preserve is the word that means to protect from land use change. Conserve does not mean something is formally protected from land use change. So I would actually ask, I think this is, when I read this as an environmental professional, I was very confused by the use of the words. I think it's a little bit misleading for those that know the definitions. I think we all have to be diligent in using the right terms here. So I wouldn't call it a preserve unless you're suggesting that it be under easement and or restricted from development in some way.
Okay, I think we were intending conserve to mean a conservation.
I
easement,
understand,
so
'cause
we can
the-
wordsmith that.
Yeah,
to
it's
be
not
more-
intuitive,
More specific.
but
More correct.
conserve is actually a looser term in
Okay.
terms of land use and land protection.
Well, and to that point, I mean, conserve can be a lot of things.
It can.
A conservation easement can allow for fields or can allow for open space. It
For
depends-
recreation,
It totally
for-
depends what's in there. So
Absolutely.
I mean, when we get into the specifics of a proposal, that needs to be clear so that people are all on the same page as to what is being proposed.
Yeah.
And that was to my point earlier about what is open space. Does that include, you know, a trail with an arboretum or something else, or does it not? You know, people might have different thoughts of that. So
And people do, and it's been brought up in public comment many times before that it's, you know, calling out that maybe we're not using it correctly or we're using the term inconsistently. And so I think we just have to be careful and intentional. It might be a better word.
Is there a term that you use that's not preserve or conserve that you think would be understood?
Green space?
That's what I was thinking.
It's
But
not the
it
best.
doesn't flow off the tongue like
I know, and
preserve,
it's,
enhance, transform.
and it's green space can also be integrated
In all these
in
other
all
things.
of these things.
Yes.
So let
It
me
was
think
more
about
of a-
that.
It was more of an approach to the, no, we want to preserve the nature of.
Yeah,
and
like, or
nature's all-
ecological, yeah.
And we want to enhance the character or the conditions of this zone. We
Right.
want to transform the conditions of this zone.
Right, I see.
So it's preserve the conditions, enhance the conditions,
see.
transform the conditions.
Well,
But
that
you're
makes
almost saying
sense.
that
So you frame it that way.
Yeah.
But you're almost saying that if even just flipping the terms.
Wait.
Enhance, conserve, transform, and have a part of the conservation be preservation.
So it is, in other words, conserve instead of just change.
I think
That's what I'm just asking.
I think conserve would be better than preserve as a starting point
Okay.
because preserve indicates a formal legal protection.
Yeah.
Conserve can indicate that, but it's not
Right.
exclusive.
Yeah.
maybe,
am I
yeah,
representing
yeah,
that
I know, I
correctly?
agree, and maybe for just historical records, it could be worth adding like an appendix in the appendix to this, like a definition of terms, and noting
Yeah.
that
That's
later.
a good suggestion.
You know, so that someone doesn't come back and say, well, this said it was going to be preserved. These were the options. So we might want to have that as an addendum
Yeah.
here, defined, you know, for the purposes of this plan. Let's say this is what we intended, you know, and in the future, we can
Yeah.
be very clear about
And
the
I would
terms.
And also, the
yeah.
other, I was also going to suggest in your opportunity areas where you introduce the terms, if you put or
That's what we were just
conserve,
saying.
conserve condition, or, you know, like.
Yes.
You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
finish the
So-
sentence.
Yes, yes.
And I'll just add, though, this is speaking, well, personally, because I'm personally attached to this property, and as someone who's heard many public comments and been involved in this public official, I do think there's something to be said for Sheila's point about protection, because it was originally in 2009, you know, purchased for as open space for public access, yada yada, and it is open space. But I do think here we are, however many a decade plus later, and the uses are still being addressed. If during, you know, if he or shortly thereafter they were able to protect it, we wouldn't necessarily be here right now. So I just think thinking about this being, I know you want us to have flexibility and options, and I value and appreciate and agree with that. And I think we don't want to be in the same place 10 years from now. So the town has made it abundantly clear, even in your work, the care and desire to integrate protected land. And so I think having that be,
We've gone through,
Yeah.
or I could say the core team has tried to be and maintain as high degree of an objectivity
Yes.
as is possible.
yes, well, I
So I
started
think
this by
But I think
calling
it's
out my
important.
non-objectivity
Right.
in that statement.
I understand. So
Yes.
because equally, to Sheila's point, speaking to Sheila's point, that same property that she's referencing could be used for development. It's totally available to be used for development. So
Yes.
it's, you know, let's keep going the way we are, because I think I'm seeing this be objective. I don't think we need to introduce that at this point.
Okay.
That's a discussion we will ultimately have to have at some point.
The town, with the people.
Exactly, and yes, but at this point, I think it's really important that we continue to identify what the potentials are,
Yeah.
so that we can make those educated decisions when the time comes.
I respect that. Thank you.
Thank you.
So any other questions on this the approach to the 3 different colors, or should we go to the next option?
Alternative B.
Alternative B. So alternative B expands the enhanced area by the former clubhouse up the hill to the former maintenance buildings, disturbed part of that site. And it takes a different approach to Ansonia Road along the former fairway that runs parallel, and the area of land on the south that creates a kind of bookend to the enhance on the Johnson Road side, with the thought that if there was another recreation use, outdoor, indoor, seasonal, or otherwise, you could access it from Ansonia potentially, or in a roadway that ran east-west, parallel to Ansonia, serving the transform zone and bringing you over to that area. That has to really be borne out with some transportation planning. But this takes advantage of what is some unconstrained area. For this site, we'll say relatively flat, 7-acre parcel on the east there, along Ansonia, which is your collector road for this site. So if we're thinking about places to increase the number of uses beyond the preserve the condition category, it seems to make sense from our point of view to begin thinking along Ansonia. I didn't mention the pie chart in the upper right, but I'm sure you're tracking that. It shows the balance between the different categories.
The acreage.
In total acreage. Next slide, please. This one takes a slightly different approach to the clubhouse and says that the most disturbed area of that whole section, the clubhouse itself, should be used for the higher intensity use in the future, but leaves the enhanced status on the golf course area just to the north. It also takes that 7-acre parcel of land on Ansonia and considers that part of a larger transform area, and for the first time begins to look on the large flat area parallel to Johnson for some recreation space going towards the pond. This would be in a former fairway. It's relatively flat in between 2 large existing hedgerows. It is unconstrained by any wetland buffers or farmland soils. This is part of the unconstrained area of the site. In fact, I should note that A, B, and C here have all stayed out of every one of the constraint areas. So,
Mike, though, can you speak to the public watershed boundary
Right.
here? Because I do see some transform and enhance.
I'm sorry. Should correct my statement there. This is the first one that goes into the watershed boundary, which is not a physical constraint, but a regulatory constraint, and suggests that there'd have to be some relief there
Okay.
for use.
Like TPZ exceptions, you mean? Or
There, either would require an adjustment to your zoning in that you might look at previously developed areas in the public watershed in a different category than undeveloped areas in the public watershed, especially given that this zone needs remediation, and that could be taken on as part of this project and actually be a benefit for the watershed. Or there is 2-family allowed in the public watershed in your current zoning with a special exception permit. So that would be a possibility within the current zoning.
I would say that would compromise sustainability at the highest level. Just thinking about,
I think Betsy's point that because it's contaminated now, this could offer the town
an opportunity.
an opportunity to remediate it. It could be a real benefit.
To the land as well as whatever.
To the watershed.
Yeah.
Yes, and depending on the use, it could hurt the watershed over time and decades of either residential living and leaching or, recreation center, whatever, any impervious surface, and it just adds long-term risk to public water supply.
It could,
But
and you
I'm not a
could
watershed
consider,
expert.
and we could speak with your town land use staff about development controls that may exist in town today, or ones that it could be considered to ensure low impact development that that responsibly captures and cleans any stormwater for the site, that has as little impact as possible. I mean, there are real leaders in sustainable design and out there that you can tie strategies that you can tie to entitlements and development controls for what you want to do, and it's something to consider.
And it is also only a restriction in your town zoning. It's not a
Yeah.
restriction in the water authority or any other governing body.
Okay, thank you.
Next, please. In the last alternative here, it takes the area along Johnson Road and puts forward the idea, because it is flat and because it has no hydrological constraints, that it could be considered for transform. The transform along Ansonia and the Hance area parallel to it are also there. And the whole area around the clubhouse up into the maintenance building here are shown as transform as well. The one thing that did come up also that we'd like to put forward for discussion, and it's not on this map. Oh, it's on the next slide. I'm sorry. Could you go to the next slide? Is as an alternate to the area on Johnson, an alternative idea, is what we've been referring to as the connector piece between Ansonia and the clubhouse, as an area to expand the transform zone, perhaps in lieu of doing any transform on Johnson. The Johnson transform area does cover 5 of the 35 acres of private farmland soil on the site, which which presents challenges, and it's also different than any of these other transform areas in that it's surrounded by green space, and I think we're trying not to editorialize our work here too much, but I feel like it could feel a bit out of place with a large, very kind of wet corridor running along Johnson, the pond at the south end of it, and then the rising hillscape to the east. We think that the one on the east is one to really consider. It's also along the alignment of the former water line, which is probably not going to be reused, but it's been trenched. And there's some logic to using that land again if water service needs to be brought in. And we walked that site again today and looked at it. The slopes, if you stay to the east of the wooded area, are very manageable. It's a bit it's a bit off to the side, which seems to be what the land is telling us here, is that the transform wants to be along Ansonia, it wants to be along Woodfield. It doesn't want to be in the center of the site. It doesn't want to be surrounded. You want to be here and be enveloped by nature. So we put it on there as something to consider. David?
Yeah, the Johnson Road area for transform on
Yeah.
that, which, that is not along water or sewer, correct? So that would have to be.
You'd have to bring the water and sewer to the site.
Have to bring the water to it.
Yeah.
Sewer, same way?
You would if you were doing, not for for single family, you could do well and septic, but, if you did need water and sewer, you would have to bring that to the site.
So there'd be a pretty big expense to that, I would imagine. Yeah.
Again, it supports the logic of putting that along Ansonia, Woodfield, rehab those services, and maybe using the trench that exists today on the east side of the site.
And where is the statue Tamika gonna go in this?
On the plateau. So.
Know where I want to see it.
So the last slide, if we could look at that, because there's so many options here, we don't want, we want to help you with the decision making. So what we're suggesting is that you focus on are what occurs at the Ansonia Road frontage, at the former clubhouse, the Johnson Road, and we're gonna throw the potential, what we're calling the connector, in there as well. Because if you go in this map, by the way, are all the constraints. It's probably the most legible one in this particular presentation, but you can see the legend and how we've tried to slip these different transform and enhance areas into available spaces. The next slide has all four of them, describe some of the differing characteristics of them. And what we want to encourage you to do is not to feel compelled to say, we want you to move forward testing B and C, because what we're asking for are two. We're asking for a direction on two to carry forward. That's what's in the scope as we've defined it. Don't feel as if you have to select two from these four. You can mix and match. You could say, we like the idea of what we're seeing on the Ansonia frontage in B. We think we'd like you to explore more of the clubhouse configuration in C. And if there's something on here that you as a group feel is missing that you'd like us to test, just describe it to us the best you can. We can follow up with clarifications. The idea is we tried to put out what we think are the best ideas, and we could have drawn 20 of them if we tried to, but we took the
No
best
doubt.
four, and we probably did draw 20 of them, and just mix and match, and try to describe the best you can what you'd like us to start with. We put the disclaimer on all the previous ones. These areas are going to get slightly refined when we start to test things. So if you don't like exactly where a line is falling, don't worry about it. We'll reshape them to some of the programs that we're testing. And that will continue to evolve after we get out of two options into one option. We just need a place to start from.
That being said, if you look at the Ansonia Road potential and you think it's workable, but only if we avoid the mature tree canopy, then that should certainly be part of your
Right.
feedback.
It's a good point about the tree canopy. So for areas that are yellow or red, you have to understand that when we start to go into site plan testing and we locate buildings and drives and other areas, or if it's a field, when we're actually citing which orientation the field would go, or a playscape, we're going to try to work around each one of those things. Just because there's a color on it doesn't mean what's underneath of it gets scraped clean. That's not. We're going to be much more surgical and sensitive in the way that we start to lay things out.
Well, this is great. I love seeing it like this, and I think people will appreciate seeing that in all of these alternatives we have a minimum of 100 acres as kind of in that preserve conserve, and I think that's really important to note here that we, even with any development, we're looking at least 2/3 of this, at least as it stands right now. So.
I just wanted to thank you also for 2 points that you made. One was when you talked about how you were looking at the data, whether it was from the workshops or whether it was from the survey, that you were looking not only at what people were asking for, but what was the value behind what they were asking for. And again, too, in, conserve, enhance, transform, that, we're getting to kind of like what the mission is here. And, I think one of the great hallmarks of this town is that we have very thoughtful feedback, just like we had tonight in public comment. We had written and verbal, very thoughtful feedback, and some of it was around what is the mission and the goals of the projects and of the town. And I think that this does an excellent job of really capturing what this mission is, and the fact that you're looking, at that when people are giving you feedback, I think should be reassuring to the community. So I wanted to thank you for that, and thank you for this work. I wanted to wait till the end of the presentation, but I wanted to bring up something around slide 5 or so. When we were talking about the town, it might not have been exactly slide 5, but we also looping in that feedback that we got tonight. We were talking about, the infrastructure of the town, enrollment, the impact, and I know that work is ongoing and that work is going to be presented to us. But I wanted to clarify and to follow up on some of the feedback that we got in town related to our population studies that we have. We are, confident that those were done, correctly, and certainly what is actually happening in town and those projections have all mapped out to be true. We have either met or exceeded those projections, every single year. In fact, they've been some years within 1 or 2 students, so they've been very close. One of the aspects of that enrollment studies that has sort of been missing is sort of an analysis of what the impact of housing would be, in particular to our town, because our town is follows such a different path than national and state data where that's concerned. And to that end, the school district has sought out another company to do an enrollment study, one that is highly recommended by CASBO, the Association of School Business Professionals, and recommended highly by the consultants that we're working with on that plan. And to that end, I think Mika and Tony have discussed that other plan that would add some data to that. So maybe, certainly look to loop you into that.
Yeah, please do. Please do.
As that work continues.
Thank you.
And what's the timeline on that?
It's about, we hope to decide on it very quickly. And from the time we decide, I believe it's 4 to 6 weeks before they give us the results. So it's turnaround, and it is something along the lines of what we were speaking of before. It is an additional study as far as population is concerned, enrollment, as people would say as well. And it's simply as an additional factor, factoring in what's known. And it was impressive in terms of what they presented in terms of their proposal, because they included what could happen on the country club, what could happen with development, what could happen with those considerations as well, to see exactly what that would be as well, to match against what Maria has said has been always a very reliable and good report. It's not for any other reason than to make sure we have two, since we're talking, as I said, of tens of millions of dollars in terms of expansions. And it really does have an impact in terms of quantities, in terms of reimbursements and things of that nature. So it's important that we're as accurate as possible, so we know exactly where we sit on these things.
Yeah, I mean, we also have a unique situation at the school where we have square footage, we just don't have it laid out appropriately. But in order to get reimbursed for the square footage that we have to renovate that, we're trying to maximize that as well. So I think this will be this additional information that this other study provides will help us with that.
And for the board's purposes, is the costs associated with that are we expect to be able to be borne by the budget associated with the overall project as well.
Oh, great.
So it's
I was wondering about that.
yeah.
Thank you.
Can I just give you some feedback on this screen?
Sure.
First of all, I think this is really helpful to see it all on one screen, so thank you very much for that. I guess in terms of alternates, I wonder I would like to see an alternate that perhaps shows something similar to A, but without the area at the intersection of Ansonia and Johnson labeled for enhance, right? I guess that's the yellow, right? And I'll tell you why. I think that it might be important data to receive from the community, that if they really want to see the area that's potentially going to be developed very isolated, that we show them one version of that. Because I think they understand we're gonna have financials connected to this at some point, but absent that step, which isn't developed yet, I think it might it might give you some interesting data to find out if you put an alternate up here that shows just the two areas, enhance and develop, whatever we're going to be calling it, the orange section, down near where the clubhouse currently stands. I'll say it's standing. That way we say, like, listen, we're only going to develop what's previously been developed. What do you think of that option? I would like to see that developed without that enhance piece, because my understanding is, we don't enhance it with no cost. There's obviously a cost involved in enhancing. I've always been interested in trying to understand if we are going to sell for development or arrange for the development of a small portion of the property, how does, purely with that move, what does that do for us financially? Forget about enhancing and making ball fields and all those other things. If we could look in isolation first at just what that would mean. So my vote would be to have one more alternate that shows just the changes to the property around the clubhouse.
If I understand Mike's point, is let's give that input over the course of the next 5 days, provide that you've given the input. Now it's a matter of, because there's, it's.
I mean, what we'll need to move forward with the plan testing for the next round of engagement is a definition of 2 plan alternatives that could be something not shown here, or an adaptation of what is shown here, or a mix and a match, and as one set of consolidated direction from all board members, and that will come through Karen to us. If we have clarifying questions, we'll reach back out, but that's what we'll need to stay on pace.
So is that what you're going to show the public, or will you show the public all of these pieces that we're looking at? You're technically showing the public right now, I guess.
Indeed.
We may show the public this as context for the site plan, so they understood that we looked at a range of options. But what we're asking for feedback on are the 2 more developed options. I think it's a responsible thing to do, is to show them how you got to where you are from the feedback they gave us in the first round.
Well, I guess that all the more reason why we should show an even less developed option, like I'm describing, because I gained from the feedback from the various places where you've been gathering feedback that people are interested in preserving, conserving, whatever we're going to say, the most acreage possible. So I would certainly want to test that by showing them what that looks like.
Sheila, I don't know that I agree with that in terms of that's the conclusion that can be drawn from everything that's been provided. And so far, we've, again, objectively approached this with different options. I respect and I understand your opinion and your vision for us. Basically, I'm not sure we're at a point where we should be telling the consultant to eliminate an option to replace it with what you're saying now. Is basically where I'm getting.
Isn't that exactly what he's asking?
No, he's asking for input.
Right now, this is our opportunity to say, we'd like to see some other alternate that's not here. Like what I described, that fits that. And if he's saying, or the 2 of them are saying, that we need to narrow this down to 2, that's really hard. Is that what we need to do? I want to make sure I understand.
Yes.
That's
yes,
what was included in, from the beginning in terms of where we were gonna end up.
But
Yes.
bearing in mind,
I didn't realize it was tonight. That's all I'm saying.
No,
I
no,
know
no.
we obviously
It's not-
have to
it's
get
not
to
tonight.
one,
you have a,
but I
you have
didn't
a
realize
week.
tonight we were trying to get to 2.
You have a
But
week.
if it's the case that we can add something that's not here,
But you would be
Yeah.
providing
is that the
the,
case, or is
Yeah,
it too late now
yes.
to add that?
No, the case is that you have a week now, as a group, to deliberate on these options, or propose as a group. We would like to see one of the 2 alternatives be what you just described, or you could, as a group, decide one of the 2 alternatives is no preservation, no easement, and we want to double the amount of quote-unquote transform area. So yes, you can go outside
Right.
of what we've shown here. We're asking you as a group to come up with 2
Okay, so
alternatives.
it sounds like we might need to schedule a meeting though, because we can't deliberate
actually, I think
by
we have,
email,
I think
obviously.
we have an opportunity, since they will not be attending, really providing any information on the 12th, we have an opportunity to have the discussion amongst ourselves.
But no, because they need the feedback within 5 days.
They need
They
it in
need
5
our
days.
individual feedback by 5 days. Are you
Oh.
saying you need the board to decide, or you're saying you need the individual feedback?
The board.
The board. Well, then that does present a bit of a challenge.
Sheriff,
That's a little tough.
We
I mean,
almost
no,
may need a working
I-
session.
I mean,
When you-
and the reason I say that is because
A
we,
dedicated working
our,
session.
our schedule has the TAC post groups and community workshop before the next time we come back to you in April. If we want to revisit that date and push that date out, then,
Mike, I think we have to, just plain and simple.
okay. Yes.
We've had,
Yeah.
it'll be 3 meetings in 4 weeks. We've got to go to the 12th. The next
Okay.
meeting we have is the 12th, so I'm gonna look at the board here and think that we really need the opportunity to discuss it
That's
as a board.
understandable.
Otherwise, you're just gonna get individual input.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, and,
Well,
you know,
and I think we need to be timely too, though, so maybe we do need a special meeting like Monday or Tuesday next week, so that we can stay in the 5-day guideline.
David, were you gonna say something? I'm sorry.
When you get the 2 options, and then are those 2 the ones that you're gonna do sort of economic modeling on? Is that,
We-
are we getting down to 2? Why do we go down to 2 from 4? Just sort of,
We do,
At this point.
at this point, yeah.
the options are going to be more detailed design layouts than what you see here. So and they will generate, you'll understand when we say transform, if that is a certain type of housing, how many units are we talking? That takes us a considerable amount of time to lay out, and we're gonna do that for various different types of housing. We'll lay out a hospitality use, and you'll understand how big that is, how many keys that may be, what associated, so there's a lot of work that goes into the 2. They won't look anything like this. You'll see the recreation facilities, you'll see the walking paths, you'll see buildings, if buildings are showing up. And so we're trying to bring that down to just a level of effort of 2. And then we can take those 2 and discuss which are the most successful parts of each one to combine into a single one. Your question about economic modeling, the first stage when we're looking at the 2 is going to be something like $, $, kind of cost to the town or revenue generated to the town. We're not going to have specific numbers
Right.
associated with. That's going to happen when we get to the single version at the end.
Okay.
So it's going to be high level based on sort of our knowledge of the market today, our knowledge of these types of transactions. But then we'll engage a cost estimator and actually put numbers to it later.
Can I ask, when we're providing feedback on this and we're looking at the green space on the maps on this, I mean, I don't want to assume that there wouldn't be any cost associated with
We're going
that
to
area.
associate costs.
Right, no, I
with-
know you will
yeah.
do that, but I think if people are looking at the 2 options and thinking, well, if it's
Yeah.
green, there won't be cost. I mean, I would imagine if we're preserving and we wanted to have trails,
Yeah.
there would need to be work to put in trails or
Oh, yeah.
maintain trails or
Oh,
to
yeah.
plant new trees or any kind of management if we wanted to, improve access to sledding or something. There
Yeah.
still could be
Control
cost.
invasive species.
Yeah, there's going to be
Yes,
cost
yes.
associated with that
Maintaining
green
the trails.
space on the maps and not that doesn't mean no touch, no cost, no maintenance.
No.
That's how I'm looking at it, is assuming
That's
there
correct.
might be, there would still be costs associated with.
Those costs have been pretty well quantified already by
We-
any number of studies, so.
Yeah,
Open
so
space,
see,
open.
that's part of what I was getting at with not having enhance. If you look at option A, alternative A, if we don't have enhance, the yellow in the top left corner, then we're not enhancing, we're not allocating funds for that. That's why I wanted to see something that's like a very light version here.
I guess the thing to consider is that enhance could also be a revenue generating recreation use that could pay for some of the cost of the green space.
With an investment of funds, though, and that's my concern here. I think that people are going to be a little cost sensitive when they find out what it's doing to their taxes
But
to do that. So I wanted to have a version that was very light on people's pocketbook.
That's not necessarily lighter on the pocketbook if there's revenue opportunities, and even if there isn't, there
That's
was
why I
a
want to see the number,
Sure,
though.
but
there's
I
a
don't
the,
know if it's light on pocketbook or
Well,
not.
the
that's-
community
I would
survey
really
also
like to see
had
that
people
developed.
who really wanted to see recreation there, and so it, that enhanced area is one spot for that.
additionally, there's costs associated with us doing nothing right now. Let's not pretend that there's no cost associated with what little has been
Yeah.
done with that property right now. Additionally, and depending on how far you want to go in terms of keeping the property, as Steve mentioned, I don't have to repeat it, but as Steve just mentioned, that's also associated with it. I believe that's all costs that the consultant is prepared. That's the market data that we've stressed we really need to understand and identify. So,
And I will just mention that I think this process has been described as a bento box approach in the past, in which we are giving you kind of, in the end, a set of programs or uses that you can potentially deploy across the site with costs associated with them. So the planning doesn't stop at the end of our planning process. What you have then is that bento box of pieces that you can choose to deploy over time, or as you see fit in the preferred plan.
and what we're paying for is a plan, is specifically the plan, notwithstanding any statutes. But, I don't expect that we're going to be
We can
putting
change,
shovel in the
it
ground.
doesn't have to be all silver, okay? It could be
I-
more
in
base
my
metal,
opinion, it's-
bronze maybe, or,
It's more about the plan, and I don't see us in the next year putting a shovel in the ground, per se. And this is more about understanding what we envision, what the vision is for this piece of property. And then hopefully you'll be providing us a means by which to make that vision a reality.
Right, and you will, into the bento box analogy, you'll have the site compartmentalized into different areas, and you will have a preferred direction to pursue with each one of those areas, whether it be maintained, accessible open space, or development. You'll go through that pursuit, and then to use the development as an example, you will go out and try to find a development partner that gives you the terms that are most favorable to the town. If you're not able to do that because the market isn't there, or you're just not finding the right partner, the plan will tell you what is another option to pursue that is also strongly supported by the community, and our work has told you is viable in the market. You'll have a third option. And so it is a flexible plan in that way. It doesn't, and that's where the bento box analogy really gives you a longer term value. You know what to do. You have a community supported vision for all different aspects of the site that's coordinated. You just may have different timelines associated with executing on each one.
okay, I don't think I need to know what a bento box is in order to answer that. Maybe I do.
It's on
But-
Beecher's lunch menu.
I will be the first to say, I have no idea what that is,
We had
okay?
an image of it. And
Is it anything like a shoebox?
In the draft of this. You know what a Lunchable is, right? From the little kids buy.
Yeah.
It's a Lunchable box.
Fancy one.
The protein.
Different
It's a healthier
compartments
one.
for different types of foods, usually, but in this
The
In
pro,
this case,
the protein
different
might
types of
change. You might get ham instead of turkey, but it's still a protein in that slide.
So I'm a little bit, I'm just a little bit more concerned about the direction of our going toward two general subjects. Because I think our deliberations are, just somewhat political and not necessarily practical. And I worry a little bit about a lot of times when we start negotiating with things, we end up at some sort of arbitration where, one side says, well, we want the moon, and the other side said, no, we're not going to give you anything, and the people end up choosing between two ridiculous options, and so there's a lot of loss, and I think people have had enough of that happen to them that they understand the minute we start talking about it that their concern is, oh, well, this is what the board wants to do, rather than this is what the board wants to get feedback on from you guys. So I think the political environment makes it just a little bit different than a practical consideration, because obviously if you want a practical consideration, you're probably going to look at something in the middle, because you realize that, well, if we say it's just going to stay like it is, nobody's going to vote for that. Or if we say, well, we're just going to totally go crazy on development, nobody's going to go for that. So we would just say, well, those two in the middle. And that really isn't maybe what we want to get more information on. So
To that end, David, and to sort of build off of that, let's say we narrow it down to two, and then you do the preliminary financial analysis, and we find out in that financial analysis, well, if you did a couple of acres less over here of this thing, and you did a couple acres more over here, it'd actually be more viable. It's a fluid
Yes.
thing. We're not
Yes.
locked into, we chose this number of acreage over here. This is it's just a more generalized plan, and then it can be adapted as we get more information.
And that's where, do you mind going to the previous slide? Sorry. That's where I think this is what we're really hoping your feedback will tell us, is two approaches to each of these sort of identified key potential areas to enhance or transform.
Is TAC also giving you two? Or are we
TAC,
consulting? No.
TAC, we met with TAC on Monday,
Yeah.
and they saw essentially the same presentation.
Yeah.
And so their feedback is built into this already.
Oh,
Yeah.
it is.
That was the kind of
Well,
So what was it?
Yeah, what was their, I didn't, how was that integrated into this?
we talked about the Johnson Road piece, and it's kind of where the idea for the potential connector came up.
Okay.
What were some of the guiding principles? They had some good suggestions on the language in the guiding principles, which we updated, which were different than yours. What other changes did we make? We clarified.
Can I ask if that meeting was recorded?
Yes,
Yes.
Yes, it
Allison,
was.
Okay.
I think it's already on the
Yeah.
website.
Since about an hour after the meeting ended, yeah, it's been up.
Okay.
Right, and tax charge isn't to vote on these things, right? They're meant to
No.
bring
We
input
made
and
that very
expertise,
clear.
so
It
and
was-
it's really for us to be.
Yes.
It was
you
for
know,
their
process.
technical
Wasn't sure.
feedback based on their areas of expertise, and they were really
Right.
good
Good
at providing that.
Okay. So it's 9:00. We're about halfway through our agenda.
really,
And
that's
I'm
a record
just
for us.
wondering
That's hardly even started.
if we could, though this is such an important, obviously, topic, but can we just focus on our next step and our timeline
I think
for
that's
the
what we need
next
to do.
step?
That's all we need to do at this
Yeah.
point in time is identify.
I would just, yeah, and I want to be sure my understanding of it is, in our next step is that, to me, it takes on a little bit different step. If we think we're moving toward something that's going to be rally toward getting this accepted versus the step that we think these areas offer the most promise, and we want to find out more how we fill that box in. Because if it's the political decision about well, we think our constituents are going to like this more than that, that's a different discussion than what we think is more practical for us to gain the knowledge of moving farther forward. I just a little bit worried, honestly, when we have another meeting, we start discussing this, that there's going to be a lot of reaction that this is where we stand, and I don't feel like I'm there yet.
Do think of it as, these are the areas we want you to test. So we want you to test development on Ansonia Road and in the former clubhouse area. And then we want you to test an option that has something else, right? And the sizes of those things and the specific use within those areas, those are the things we will be sort of iteratively testing over the next month. So we would look at senior housing or multifamily or two-family as potential options, or we might look at an ice rink or a rec center or just an open multi-use field in the yellow area, for example.
And I think I'm more along the lines of what you're saying with this diagram that you've got up there now in terms of, okay, what do we want more data on? I think when you say test, it's like, what do we want more data on? And what will that data show, so that we can determine what that data will show. And David, to your point, because I agree with you very much, I'm very much in the same place you are. I don't feel like right now I would be able to say, well, here's what I think, here's what I think. But at the same token, I do feel, like you said, there's extremes that may not, that I don't, that I, in my own opinion, feel like the extremes aren't the answer. Either extreme is not the answer. So it's got to be something that's a little bit more palatable to both sides, if you will, considering that there are sides.
I think it's an important distinction that we're not asking the board to endorse to, we're asking you to give us the direction to test. And testing means
But all
that
the
we can,
information, I'm sorry to cut you off, but just for sake of time, like all the information that you're testing and presenting back to us and the town will ultimately inform what the town votes on.
but we can
Right?
also
So if
come-
we omit two options,
but can
we're
come
not
back
voting on those two
through
options.
the testing, we didn't like the way that site plan
Oh.
1 worked out, and we'd like to think about having to be closer to the way alternative C was organized along Ansonia or alternative A. There's you get another bite of this apple. We're going to take two, and then we're going to show you one, and then that one, you still get to comment on the one, and we can go back and test ideas that we pick up off the cutting room floor.
All right, thank
And
you.
the open house, the next open house and another round of survey will offer
Right.
those opportunities too.
And that's what I meant about being fluid, like once we get some of that from the analysis, we might say, oh, well, we want that area to be smaller and this area to be bigger based on, so the designs are still fluid even after we ask you to test certain areas.
Yeah. It's
What we
not-
want to, I think I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
I think the decision we need to make is, do we want to get together again and have that discussion?
Yeah.
Is really
Well, I
where
think
we're
we have
at
to.
this point in time, unless you feel like we want to say something right now, which I don't know that.
I think we
Anybody-
need, I know I need a couple of days to sort of digest this a
it's-
little
I
bit
agree.
and give some feedback.
So then it becomes, okay, so how much time do we have, and when can we actually make that happen?
I mean, I don't mind meeting, but I also don't mind us all sending feedback and allowing our consultants to do the work of processing things. I mean, we as a board can easily spend 12 hours, 20 hours, 40 hours discussing these 4 plans and any derivation thereof. So I'm not sure that we will gain a lot by doing that. I mean, I love hearing everybody's ideas, and we have heard each other's ideas, and we certainly will continue to do that at future meetings. But I mean, I'm not opposed to doing it, but I would offer that I think that's an okay plan for us to send in information on our own.
I like that idea.
Steve, I'm not sure I understand how that would then end up as a decision of the board.
Right, if they're looking, I mean, I think
They're asking, this is the point in our project where they're asking for our feedback as a board, a decision by the board. So it can't
Sure.
happen by sending feedback to someone else who decides for us. We would have to meet.
I mean, I think if they heard the preponderance of people say, if we all send feedback and said, hey, we wanted some version of A or B, that they would have that information, and they could say, you all gave feedback that said some version of A or B is great. So
Which
So
would
I
be-
don't think we can defer that to someone else.
I don't-
That board
They're
of
not
selectmen
making the
has to take that
decision.
role.
If-
And we have to do it in a public meeting.
It's not a deferral. It's sharing the information which they can
No,
then
I
process
said
and feedback.
defer the role.
Yeah, I don't think
we
that's
can defer our decision-making to another
yeah.
group.
I don't think it's deferred, and I think decision making still happens at multiple points down the line. This is not an end point. This is a middle point.
I would be very uncomfortable with that approach.
I'm fine with it because it doesn't work much different than a vote. If we all had a discussion on it, we all decide what we're gonna do, you're gonna come out to a conclusion as to what we each individually think is the right solution. And at some point in time, all we would do is put our hands up and say whether or not we all agree, some of us agree, the majority agrees, and that would just say to them, well, most of us think these two. And if we send in the, if we send in the, if we say, I'm not done yet, Sheila.
What are we doing here?
That's a
if-
conversation.
But
we're
I'm,
having.
but if we each send if we send our opinion, we're doing the same thing. If we're sending the input saying, okay, here's.
I
what-
don't see that at all.
Okay, please.
You know, I mean, when we look at the plan, we live here. You know, we know what it looks like along all these roads.
Yes.
We may want to talk about, well, if we do this, what's that going to do? I mean, I think there are things that
We'll-
we're going to
we'll
want to
get-
discuss, and what we want to find out more about. The only difference is probably nobody else here in this room has had the lawn signs that you put up during election folded up and stuffed in your mailbox overnight, like I have, to where you have to call the police to feel like you're being threatened in your own home. I don't think that I want to go down that path politically. I'm willing to have an open debate and an open discussion about this, but I don't want to be seen as having endorsed something if we're still in an
But-
early planning
But
stage.
that's the point, David. We're not endorsing something. We're indicating what we feel on the options that we looked at, what we feel, which of those options we feel we want to, and how we want to maneuver it. Like personally, like, do I want to cut this? You know, I think it would look better if I modified that. And we're providing it to them so that they can do the additional work that's required to come to a conclusion and as a group in terms of what are the options we should be looking at. And I think it actually offers an opportunity to do that in a way this is what I'm looking for. And they're not doing anything but collecting the information that everyone has put in and coming up with two conclusions that say, based on the input that everyone has received, here's what we find. And does everyone agree? Does this touch what you were saying? Does this touch what Maria was saying? Is there something here that touches everything all the input that we received? And now, these are the ones we're gonna work on to determine exactly what the associated market data goes along with those.
Mika, do you have concerns about not having that publicly? Like,
Well, we're
because
providing.
we're providing the email to them, they're seeing it, they're kind of compiling all of our different feedback and summarizing it us and saying, well, there is consensus, or this is what, you know,
But
but the public's not hearing or seeing that feedback, though they could FOIA it,
Well,
but.
They will, because we're going to discuss it when we meet again, when they
Okay.
come in with it.
Okay,
We're
I
gonna
see.
discuss
Okay.
what feedback we've provided.
All right.
So they will hear it. What we're not gonna do is go back and forth with one another. Send it to them,
Yeah,
let them put together the input, send it back to us, and then deliver it. Here's what we've heard, here's what we see. Very similar to what they've done so far.
yeah.
You know what I mean? Sound
Well,
like
I
you
have a
want,
question for the town attorney, who I believe is on the call with us.
I think he,
Is that-
Yeah, so,
oh my God, Nick, you're
to
here.
Andrea's point about FOI, all of us sort of conducting a meeting by email with this other
it's not
entity.
it's
It's FOI-able from the get-go?
It's not a meeting, Sheila. We're each sending input we're all sending input. We're not discussing each other's
I'm
input.
actually asking the attorney about that.
I hear you. Okay.
Can we go?
You all cannot be emailing amongst yourselves.
Thank you.
That would create a meeting. If you're providing input to the consultant without going back and forth amongst yourselves in emails, or even including each other on those emails, that is not a meeting. Those emails are discoverable.
Yes.
They are FOIA-able, and if there's some concern about transparency, I might suggest if you Board of Selectmen members are going to be submitting your thoughts and opinions directly to our planners, I think you could do that, but we may want to, if we think transparency, and this is a call for you guys, there's nothing to say that you can't put that input up or on the website somewhere. I mean, like Mika said, any input would get discussed at the following meeting, and each of you would have an opportunity to drill down on whatever, comments you made. So, I mean, legally, I don't think we'd be straying into illegal meeting territory by doing that.
Well, I'll offer one thing that
guess what
it
the-
could, I'm sorry.
No, Mike, go ahead.
One strategy that it could be a simplified process, if you go back to the previous slide, please, is if each board member provided their preferred direction for each one of these areas listed to us individually, and then we tried to synthesize where the commonalities were in those, and which were the most supported concepts, and then test 2 versions of those for each one. We would assemble those into plans that made the most sense from a kind of land planning point of view, perhaps thematically. And that could be the basis of the 2 testing options. And think of them as testing options that we can continue to mix and match the next time we meet with you. So you're just focusing on these 3 areas, providing us your feedback, and we are using our judgment as to how best find the consensus in that feedback.
And what would happen if you don't find that we are provided you with input that forms a consensus?
If there are outlying views that are, I think we could do a kind of a accessory study to one of the site plan options, while so not creating
a meeting would be more productive than making
I
you
think
guys
he
go
was
through
trying
that
to, I don't know if
process,
you could
but
hear while
Is
Sheila.
it that we don't have availability next week? Is that what the problem is?
Yeah, I think Mike was finishing his explanation. I don't know if there was maybe the microphone didn't pick it up, but I'm sorry.
Well, it's hard being remote, sorry.
No, that's okay. I just wanted to let
Yeah.
you know because there might have been a second part to that.
Yeah, I would
explanation.
just say I'm not suggesting we would create an infinite number of options. We would develop 2 options based on all the commonalities that we find across the opinions, and if there are outlying opinions that need to be tested, we'll have those as accessories to some of the 2 options for discussion.
We have been providing,
If I
I'm
can
sorry.
throw out one other possibility, we have the 4 options, 4 alternatives that are shown on the next slide. We also had what I would say is a option D prime, which was the one we showed with the other potential area for development instead of Johnson. And then what I'm hearing from Sheila is there's an alternative which has just an area of transform and enhanced zone in the former clubhouse area. So that's A prime, B, C, D, and D prime. If it makes sense for each of you to pick your 2 within that and see where you land, then I think that might be a way to move forward.
To you, you mean? Email you that?
I would leave that to you, whether you
Okay.
then
It would be
discuss
emailed to
those
Karen.
in a meeting
Oh,
or.
I see.
So I just want to make sure I understand that, because when the town attorney said we'd be emailing directly to the consultant, that's one thing. If instead we're emailing the core group, is that what you were saying, Mika?
You're emailing to Karen, correct? You're emailing to staff.
To Karen to distribute to us.
But then the first selectman's gonna see all of that, so does that change the parameters there, Nick?
What's the question, Sheila?
Whether,
So if what you said was if the members of the Board of Selectmen email the consultant, we're saying that's not what we would be doing. We would be emailing the core committee, which the first selectman sits on, and having that group make that assessment and forward something to the consultant. Does that change the?
it's very easy for me not to, Sheila, I have no interest in looking at what everybody else is putting in. So from that perspective, I just wouldn't send it to Karen, don't copy me, and it goes.
It doesn't matter. No, is the answer, Sheila. That would not be to a quorum of your board. It's not a meeting.
It's a good
So
suggestion,
those
Betsy.
those are two options. I think the second option is even more straightforward. It's, you have 6 options, including the primes, and you just list the top 2. No commentary necessary, but welcomed. Or we can organize it by geographic zones of the site. I tend to think that the former there is more straightforward.
Former was which one?
It was just selecting the options A prime, A,
Okay.
B, C, D, D prime. And if you'd like to provide commentary for some of your rationale, that would be helpful, but not, don't feel obligated.
It's what we've been doing in the process so far. We've been providing input after every meeting. If we have input, we've been providing input after every meeting to them, and it's just kind of going along with that again. You comfortable?
I'm not sure if, when I asked the question earlier,
I didn't
if
think,
my microphone was on or not, but the reason why we're not gonna have a meeting to discuss this is because people aren't available next week. Is that what the case is?
I'll say I offered it as an alternative to, talking for hours at a meeting to simply send our input, because that's what this process has been about. It's been about sending input, and so I think we could send input at this point rather than have an potentially endless meeting discussing all of the options here.
Well, not an endless meeting, but an hour and a half discussion, Monday or Tuesday next week.
have we ever had it? I don't know.
I mean, I'd like to do that. I would like to meet as a group with just this on the top, on the agenda, and we have a discussion. And then I could be there in person with you as well, which I really would appreciate.
Well, I do value what you guys say. I mean, I'd rather know what people are thinking a little bit, but I don't want to take any more time tonight to do it. And
Mhm.
that's,
I don't know if the point is to get to consensus. I think the point is just to get feedback. Am I?
Okay, but we
I mean,
could
that
meet to
feedback may
discuss our
lead to
feedback.
a consensus.
Can I make
But
a
it's not
motion that we
necessary
set a
that
meeting
we
for either Monday or Tuesday
agree.
next week?
I'm not
Yeah,
available.
and if you guys don't want to do it, you don't want to do it, but I
I'm not available
I
either,
am not
Sheila.
available.
understand where we're at with this conversation.
Yeah.
And again,
Monday and Tuesday, I'm not
because I'm
available.
remote, I'm sure, I'm not picking
Sheila.
up the room very well at all.
Monday and Tuesday, I'm not available.
I am not either. I have events for my kids, and then I'm working at night.
And Wednesday is the last day that we can provide this feedback. This 5-day window goes to Wednesday. Is it possible to do it next Wednesday?
If you
I'm
need a
not
couple more days, understanding the conflicts, we can be flexible.
You're happy to proceed in my absence, but I'm not available on Wednesday. I'm out of town for another week, and I would not be able to Zoom in.
Wednesday's Board of Finance?
I
I'm not
kind of
available
wish
Wednesday.
that if we had known the technical advisory committee was going to weigh in with an in-person discussion, if we could have attended that, or we could have watched the meeting, then we would have been ahead of ourselves tonight. We would have been more prepared to make the decision tonight instead of scheduling another meeting. I'm concerned that we're not allocating the right amount of time in this part of this process for the Board of Selectmen's role. So I'm in favor of meeting, but if no one's available, I will send written comment. I would like the next step, though, to give us adequate time and scheduling it so that we can all attend. Because I do think this is a really important topic, and we should be discussing it. I know we're not going to come to
We will keep the
perfectly harmonious consensus, but I think we should be discussing it in a meeting. So
I say
I'll look forward to that.
We will discuss it at a meeting. Go on, I'm sorry, Mike.
and I was, the 5-day window is to keep us on track.
On track, I understand.
For the April 2nd community meeting. If in your minds that can be pushed back, then obviously you have more time to meet, discuss. Don't feel as if we're being standing firm on that date.
It just means the project schedule
I know.
shifts out.
And just to keep in mind, the idea was that we wanted to wrap before summer sets in and families start to travel. We have a tiniest bit of buffer there right now. We looked at when school lets out. We're kind of within a week or so of that. So there's a little bit of flex, but if you exercise it now, it means we're going to go past that date later if we need to push out again. Which is your decision.
If we could get a full schedule of meetings all the way to the end of the consultant's engagement, that would be really helpful. If we can go all the way through May into June to get some dates on the calendar so that we all know what they are and we can plan around.
It's on the calendar, Sheila.
It's on.
I'm sorry, I didn't pick that up.
The dates aren't on the. They aren't listed. The weeks are identified on page 3 of the presentation. We can put
No, I've been seeing that, and I've been waiting for the actual dates, and I'm finding out with that not enough notice. So if we can get the actual dates, that would be very helpful. I will book them into my calendar and not have a conflict.
Okay. We can do that going forward. I think with the rescheduled site walk, there's been a bit of fluidity here with dates, but we can do that going forward.
Okay, so what are we doing? We gotta move on. It's too late to.
Considering the difficulty with next week, let's identify the options that we want as suggested by the consultants. Let's get that information to Karen individually. So do not copy the rest of the Board of Selectmen on this. Send it to Karen. And Karen will get it to the consultants. We have another meeting on the 12th. On the 12th in the agenda, we'll put any additional discussion that we need to have beyond what Mike and that we can have so that we can feel like we're sharing and getting different ideas from each other if it's necessary. And we'll look to try to keep it a little lighter in terms of our agenda so we have some time to do that. But I think it would be worthwhile to try to limit ourselves in terms of how long that discussion can go.
We also will need to bring up the parts of the Beecher plan at that meeting as well.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Just
So to clarify,
So it will be
emailing.
important that we stay on task.
timeline, sorry. I
No,
just wanted
that's
to mention that
important.
before
So-
we
We all know.
pile on to March. Go ahead.
I just want to be clear. Emailing individually, exclusively to Karen, are two alternatives we'd like to get more information on.
The two, yes.
And then still within the next 5 days, emailing you individually
No,
with
that
the feedback on Ansonia. No, that is not.
Well, to Karen.
That's well.
That's
Karen
part of-
doesn't need Ansonia if we're voting on the frontage. If we're voting on the alternatives, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Just that we backed off.
All right.
of
So
that
now we
idea,
don't have to
just
email you at
alternative.
all. I mean, unless
Not
we.
us directly.
Okay.
And
I
what we offered was, to provide your thoughts and your rationale and
Sure.
your thinking along with the two that you
Okay.
prefer. Betsy described D as also having the D prime, which has
Mm-hmm.
the eastern transform in lieu of the Johnson, and Sheila has put forward A prime. Feel free to refer to that scenario by that name. You'll know what you're talking about.
And it sounds like we can include any other feedback on this
You-
as well.
You can make
Yes.
primes and deltas and charlies and whatever.
Thank you.
And in terms of the consolidated feedback, we would like that on the guiding principles, but if that doesn't
Yes,
happen
okay,
within the
that's-
5 days, that's okay. That can be a longer
Okay.
Understood.
process and discussion.
No, that's good leadership. Well done. Good decision. Maria, maybe we can move that statue to Beecher.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Betsy.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
time and
Thank you.
patience and info tonight.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was very helpful, actually.
Yes, thank you for that work.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the town council report. Nick?
Do you guys mind if I eat?
Not at all.
Okay. I'm really sorry to have to eat.
I'll turn on your mic if you.
Yeah, I will. Good idea.
My trail mix
Thank you.
is sitting over there on that
If
table.
we're good,
Did
I
you
can
sit it
start.
the whole time?
We're good.
So, ethics, well, technically Board of Ethics. Just an update, as some of you may be aware, the Board of Ethics received 2 complaints over the past month or so. On the 13th, it did meet to consider the second of the 2 complaints. And really what this board will see from them is going to be a copy of their minutes from that meeting. Once the board actually approves those minutes at their next meeting, which should be occurring in the next week or 2. Basically, the board found no cause to believe that a violation of the Code of Ethics existed with respect to that complaint number 2. And so that's it. That complaint is now over. It will not go any further. It will not come to this board to have any hearings or make any determinations as to discipline or the actual existence of a violation. We do not get to that stage, and everything about that complaint that has effectively been dismissed outright will remain confidential. So that's where we are on that.
Are you willing to speak to why that remains confidential? Isn't this public information?
No. By law, it's confidential.
So are you?
Unless there's a determination by the board that there is cause that a violation may exist,
Okay.
then it goes to the next step and that becomes public. But no, if there's just a complaint,
Okay.
unsubstantiated as was the case here, that does not become public.
So does that mean that you cannot, I guess we'd have to look at the minutes, so I'm not sure they would provide this level of detail, but does that mean you cannot speak to how that determination was made?
That's correct. It was
Okay.
made in executive session,
Okay.
and the minutes are not detailed on purpose.
Okay. I'm not knowledgeable of this, Nick, so I appreciate your patience
No,
and your
I'm
responses.
happy to,
Thank
have
you.
further conversations with anyone who's curious about how this works. But no, confidentiality at this initial filing stage is, from my perspective, my biggest legal concern.
Okay.
So we've been trying very hard to
So
maintain
we're-
that.
I understand.
There is one other complaint that will be going forward. It is the respondent's right, so that's the person for which the complaint has been filed against. The respondent does have a right to have that ethics board, that initial determination in public. We will see.
Okay.
We are not quite there yet, but within the next several weeks, I expect the board to meet again to make that initial determination as to complaint number 1. Any other questions on ethics?
So to be clear, all of this is confidential at this stage, and we should not be saying anything to anybody about any of these issues. And we don't.
And we
right.
don't.
Yeah, I mean,
Exactly.
we don't know anything.
That's what I mean.
I mean, that's why I'm not
Just
saying.
explain to
that's
the
why I'm not
public
giving
everything
any
that we
sort
know
of
about the issue.
That's what I wanted to clarify, because I think that's what was being
There.
asked.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, moving on, 27 Laurel Road. This has come up several times. If some of you remember, years and years ago, it was initially slated to go to the town meeting. Really, this is a property where the town owns some property that was, we thought, going to have some potential use by the Regional Water Authority. They have opined that they have zero use for this property, which abuts two private residences. These private residences have reached out years ago, and they're reaching out again to say, hey, if the town doesn't want this piece of undeveloped land that abuts our properties, would you be willing to discontinue it and effectively merge with these abutting properties? The Regional Water Authority had no issues with it. The request did go to TPZ for their statutory 824 review. That was also a positive report on what legally we call a discontinuance of town property. So that process, assuming we still want to move forward, and I'm not aware of any reason why we would not, really the next step is that we need a survey of the property that's going to show these lot line changes if and when the Board of Selectmen approves what I'm referring to as a discontinuance, and then it's also going to need town meeting approval as well.
Nick,
So-
can I ask you a quick question here? You're saying it happened previously. Do you have a date range when that happened? I can't remember this happening.
Not off the
2000,
top of my head.
It's
2016.
like decades ago?
2016.
Okay.
And it's the piece of the property is about 0.3 acres, 0.32 acres. And it would be split
I did
between,
look it up.
it would be split between the Regional Water Authority and the two abutting neighbors.
So in 2016, it went to TPZ and then came back to the Board of Selectmen, and then no action was taken.
No, then it was scheduled, it went to the Board of Selectmen, it was scheduled for a public meeting, but it was tabled at the public meeting. And it was never dealt with.
2016. Okay, I'll look it up.
You must have been there.
Is it class 2 watershed land?
No, I don't believe it is. When I,
It was the May 17th, 2016 annual town meeting, and in the minutes, it was withdrawn from the agenda.
Oh, so it wasn't discussed at the meeting.
it wasn't discussed at the meeting,
I
correct?
don't, guys, I don't know that it matters, quite
Right.
frankly, because this is coming to you again now. The Board of Selectmen is going to approve it, and then if the Board of Selectmen approves this discontinuance, the town meeting will have to approve it.
Okay, but it's not in our packet now, right?
I don't believe so.
Okay. This is
No,
the first we're hearing of it, Nick.
this is,
I don't believe that's accurate. It's come up at several of your meetings. I know for a fact Mika has reported it to you. I mean, I have not.
Wait, so now I'm really missing something. I'm sorry. When did it come up before?
Sheila, I don't have that specific of information. I'm speaking
I'm
from
trying to ask you.
my personal recollection that this has come up at a Board of Selectmen meeting that I have attended. Okay? I'm just giving you my own personal recollection. And I was asked to advise this board on appropriate next steps. That's what I'm doing. So those are the next steps. I mean, I guess, Mika, if you want to poll your board here to see if there's any reasons why we should not be moving forward, but absent that, I think next steps would be to formally, I can prepare a brief memo that can go in your packet, and then I can follow up with the neighbors as well regarding getting an actual survey, because the town should not have to pay for that survey.
And at the time that we do that, Nick, that's the time where we would take a vote to put it to, bring it to public meeting? I'm sorry, town meeting?
The town meeting, correct.
So right now, it's just a matter of us, there's no objections to what we're looking at here. And any reason to go any further in regards to what we've done beyond what the appropriate practice is. Sheila? Anybody?
And the neighbors are gonna get their assessment of
Correct.
the
The
property
neighbors.
lines and,
Correct,
okay.
correct. Don't know how much it is in terms of, but it would be added to their, whatever impact taxes would have, it would be.
Right.
That would be the outcome of it.
And that's no cost to the town.
Correct.
They're gonna take care of that in
Correct.
that division of
So.
property, okay.
So Nick, we're good.
Okay.
If you could move forward, I'd appreciate
All
it.
right, I'll move that forward and get something for this board's packets at the next meeting.
Thank you.
Last thing I guess my items,
I think we lost Sheila.
Yeah, we definitely lost Sheila.
We lost Sheila?
Okay.
She'll jump back in.
Prior to going on to the next item, Nick, if we're moving forward, before we go into executive session, I'd like to consider completing the rest of the agenda and holding the executive session to the very end.
That's
If
fine.
there's a motion for one.
So that's a motion to amend the agenda. Yes.
In a motion to amend the agenda to move forward and hold this until the end if I'll make a motion.
Yeah.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? All right, next item on the agenda then would be the the ordinance committee update.
Okay, ordinance committee, let me just pull that up then. So the ordinance committee met recently, and I'm gonna just share a couple of items that came up recently. We discussed, and I actually don't think our draft minutes are in the packet here, but I'll just share that we did discuss the tax abatement issue that came up in budget as to whether or not through ordinance, this was for the seniors, we have a limit in our budget to $190,000 to set for a tax credit. And we discussed as to whether or not there's something we could do within ordinance to make the adjustment. For this year, the annual application period, or the annual application period every year is February 1 to May 15th for the July tax bill. So there's not something on an ordinance basis that we could do this year. But I think Mika, Tony, and Marcia were going to discuss the potential options in terms of what could happen this year. So from an ordinance level, there's not an action we can take for this year, but outside of ordinance, there may be options, and I think that discussion maybe can come up at another time. But it came up in our budget discussion, could we do something from ordinance? So we looked at it. That's where that stands.
This is in regard to?
The tax, that was the tax
Yes.
abatement, yeah.
Yes.
So I just wanted to note that we had that discussion, and there's not something on an ordinance level. I don't, given our time tonight, I don't know if
Right
we want
now,
to get into it.
right. And at this
Yeah.
point in time, we will be looking at this again. Once we have some of the additional information and the quantifications that are required, we will be bringing this up again.
Great. Another thing that has come up is the potential for a building commission, given all the, and this was discussed earlier at a meeting, I think it was in July. So we discussed that again, and one of the things that came up was that there could be an option to appoint a building and construction officer, in the interim, who can help support existing and future projects, advise on prioritizing projects, identify any opportunities for cost savings, and that can happen without ordinance as well. So that is something that could happen out of the First Selectman's office. So I think that was another thing that Mika, Tony, Attorney Beaumonte were going to discuss as options. Again, there might be a future where we decide to pursue a building commission, but at this moment, where it's not something that's imminent for us.
Rationale being an individual who can kind of act as an umbrella to oversee the multiple projects that are going on, to identify any economies of scale or anything else but also making sure that we're not working in silos and rather understanding what the different schedules are and being able to work it, and having that volunteer individual,
that was my
thank
question.
you, volunteer individual work on that and act as our building and construction.
Are you concerned about only having one
Yes.
perspective? Because, correct my understanding if it's wrong, but the building committee has specific charge right now, right, to assess.
Each individual has,
Each
each
individual committee.
individual building committee has a charge
Oh,
specific
okay.
to their project.
It's not a one
It's not a
committee
single-
per all. Okay.
right. And this,
So in that scenario though, so let's say for center building, you have a committee of however many people, I can't recall off the top of my head, but they all did bring theoretically diversity of thought, right?
Exactly.
To the
well,
table.
and expertise.
And expertise, correct. So are we concerned about omitting, reducing that or?
In reality, you retain that. We're still going to have individual committees.
Oh,
This person is
I
overseeing the
misunderstood
committee.
that.
The
I'm
committee.
sorry.
Yeah.
I thought this
Yeah.
was in lieu
No,
of the committee.
no, this is in addition to the committee,
Oh,
but
okay.
having
Committee.
somebody who's
But it's
overseeing
in
all
lieu
of it.
of making the committee a commission at this point in time.
Correct.
Right.
Okay,
Correct.
Yeah.
that makes sense.
So,
That seems like a reasonable approach. I'm sorry, did you
No,
have
no,
something
no.
to say?
so
Okay.
this is more of an FYI at this point in time until we structure it out with, how we're gonna do it but this is the direction we're gonna go. Thank you.
We also, continued the discussion related to alcohol events and permits and hawking and peddling. I think we had,
It just makes me giggle talking
Yes,
about it.
talking
There's
about
something
it.
so old world about that phrase. It just
Mika followed up with Chief Capiello on what can be done in terms of some of the permitting, and I think we came to some understanding that some things are policy-based rather than ordinance-based, and that we can move around with some of the fingerprinting costs. So at this time, there wasn't an ordinance action for us on that.
Chief Capiello identified, working with the state and working with other agencies, identified an alternate means of, what's the word I'm looking for when you check on people? Background checks.
Yeah.
That would encompass everything, all that we really need to with the different types of vendors that we use without the fingerprinting being a requirement associated or necessary to do that. So there would not be the additional $75 charge, which is prohibitive when you're talking about somebody coming in and with the table just to do, to do an event. So, farmer's market type of thing. So, there is still a permit charge on our books for $75. What we will do at some point is revise that so that it retains the language, if you will, and the intent, but it does not, it gives the Board of Selectmen the opportunity to set the fees. So there's the fees if you want to change the fee, you don't have to, or waive the fee, you don't have to do an ordinance, go through an ordinance in order to do it. So that's the adjustment that we'll be working toward. But in the meantime, as relates to the issues and challenges that we have with some of the events we've been having, particularly with the Earth Day event, what Chief Capiello has been able to do is considerably helpful. We would like to, at some point in time, for town events, consider waiving those fees so that we can bring more vendors in and have a bigger type event. So that's something that we want to consider.
Great. And sort of lastly, but although this was primary in our discussions, is the Housing Commission ordinance. So in our packet, there is what I would say at this point at least is a final draft of the ordinance. So we had continued discussion of what this could look like. It's in everybody's packet. We have an opportunity now to discuss it if we'd like, but the intention is potentially, as we're piling on to March, the idea that we could vote in March to move this forward.
Okay. I do have one question about the building liaison.
It's a special meeting.
We could have 2 meetings in March, and maybe we should, honestly.
Yeah.
Just backtracking for a hot sec, does that liaison, do the same rules apply where they can't also serve, like it can't be a BOF member, or no, because
No,
it's not?
it applies in terms of who, in other words, the same rules apply, whether, if you're on the BOF or you're on the Board of Selectmen.
You cannot be that
That
person.
can't be that person.
Okay,
That
thank
cannot
you.
be that person.
All right, so I do have feedback for the housing ordinance. It's also typed up in a Word document. I can email you in preparation for March. So however the board wants to
Yeah,
take
I think
this.
getting feedback sooner than later is great, and if there's anything we can incorporate, and I'll note, I think one of our public comments that was submitted had some, thoughts about the ordinance and just housing and what could include. And I would say some of that was in the discussion, as to who can serve and any adjuncts or any people who might sit on this as well. But ultimately, the way we have it now, the suggestion is that the housing commission consists of 9 members of the public who are electors of the town of Woodbridge. We saw in other ordinances in towns where there's 5 members plus designated people, whether it was the designee of someone from TPZ, designee from the first selectman, if there's a housing planner, different towns are set up differently. So we discussed the various permutations. This is where it is for now. If there's a suggestion that there be a different setup, it's certainly something we could entertain, but we did discuss, different numbers and different possibilities, but this is where it lands for now, is that the suggestion is it's nine electors of the town of Woodbridge.
For input purposes, Andrea, you could send your information to Allison, who will hold it until the committee gets together to present it to the committee at that time.
Okay.
So,
To the ordinance, I do want the public to know what I'm, like, if, I don't want the public to not see or hear the feedback. So at some point,
it will be part of the minutes associated with the ordinance committee. If you want, you could, if it's, I don't know how long it is, if you want to go over it now, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, this is what's so hard about these, it's 9:45 p.m. Yeah, go ahead.
But didn't you submit?
I did.
You did, and we did discuss
and I
those.
saw that, and I appreciate you integrating some of that feedback, and I can tell a lot of time and thought went into this ordinance draft, and I will say I am, as I've said before, in full support of legitimizing this committee, and I just want to ensure, I think, especially in light of everything going on, it's in our best interest to just make sure everything is as specific and as legally safe to be and thoughtful as it can be. So I do think it needs, I would appreciate a little bit more work. One thing you, Steve, brought up, the 75-87 section of members and terms. I think that number is great, but we had discussed previously identifying maybe like calling out specifically no duplicity maybe in other boards or commissions, specifically Board of Selectmen, Board of Finance, Town Planning and Zoning. And specifically, I mean Town Planning and Zoning.
it would only be specifically town planning and zoning because it
Because
can't be
it
on the
already
others.
applies.
Correct.
Yeah. So I was hoping to see that language integrated into that section.
It's something we could certainly add, and I would say we discussed, because it does exist in other towns where housing is part of TPZ, where it's actually a subcommittee of that.
Interesting.
So we looked at those options as well and discussed it as well.
Interesting.
We decided that was not the way we wanted to go, but that is how some towns are set up. Is that the housing commission is actually a
Additionally-
subcommittee of TPZ or the zoning. Some towns don't are. Planning and zoning are separate, but
Okay.
Additionally, and I know this speaks to the issue of boards and commissions generally speaking, but each time terms are up, we have the opportunity to vote whether that individual should be on that commission or not. And if they're on another commission, certainly you have the opportunity to bring that up and use that as a means by which you want to say maybe we need another candidate or something along those lines. There's opportunities to manage that. So it's, I understand what you're saying in terms of that, but the same holds true. To put it in the ordinance, there may be good reason to have that be the case, and you've kind of taken that away from yourself.
Well, and I should just also to clarify, obviously, we consulted heavily with Nick on this and our attorney Benamonte where this should be, and later in the next section, we note that the Housing Commission does need to work actually closely with the Board of Selectmen and the Town Planning and Zoning. They need to be providing
agree.
information. So we were explicit in calling that out. But I take your point about
Yeah,
making
but
sure there's
that's
not
where and I understand, Nick, that I might not have the proper understanding legally of conflicts of interest and ethics, because in my perspective, at least optically, there is a conflict of interest. There's one thing in coordinating and liaising and working together, but there's another thing if you have a voting member on one and the other. And I think that's a conflict of interest.
Yeah, you're suggesting you don't want a TPZ member on this housing committee.
Correct.
Right.
Because I think that's a conflict of interest. Though I understand legally, I need to have a conversation with you to better my understanding of that. But do you, is that a potential conflict of interest?
Is it that only, or is it the reverse as well?
If a member of housing serves on TPZ,
Right.
or if a member of TPZ serves on housing, I think it goes both ways.
Well, that's never a question us lawyers really like, because there isn't a good answer.
I'm sorry.
Everyone's different. Every situation's different. The final decision rests with the individual, not the lawyer. So I can't tell you if you have a conflict or not.
I see.
There is no code of ethics conflict here. But in terms of, is there some conflict of interest that might warrant someone recusing themselves from a vote later down the line? Again, the answer to that is maybe. If someone feels uncomfortable or that there is some appearance, here's the phrase, appearance of impropriety. That can mean all sorts of things, and really it's informed by what the public thinks most of the time. So,
And that's what I'm trying to avoid.
To try to answer you, if a P&Z member is on this housing commission, and the housing commission is very active and vocal and public about supporting a certain initiative that in some manner reaches TPZ as an actual application, then that person should think pretty hard about recusing themselves from a TPZ vote. Does that conflict or appearance of conflict prevent the person from serving on both boards? No, but I think it gives rise to people saying, hey, that seems like a conflict, you might want to recuse yourself.
Yeah.
And then it's up to that individual to make the call.
Yeah.
Andrea, I think what I'm hearing from you is more the issue, not so much of what is an absolute conflict of interest, but when a person has dual responsibility, then their activity within, let's say if you're on housing and you also are on TPZ, when you're acting in TPZ, the other members of TPZ may very well assume, rightly or wrongly, that you're representing the viewpoint of housing. And that may or may not be the actual case, because when you're on TPZ, you're supposed to be representing your position or a position within TPZ. And I think that the clear separation is probably better, because then the things that go from TPZ or from the Housing Commission to TPZ are actual positions that the Housing Commission has taken, not possibly the just one opinion of one of the members. And I think that kind of, it doesn't happen all the time, but I think it would be very tempting just to assume that this is what, that everybody's in accord when one person speaks.
I don't agree, only because there's many instances. I understand what your point is. I very much so do. What I'll say is that there are many instances where a representative of a committee or commission goes in front of another committee or commission, and they represent they represent the commission they're representing, and they offer the input based on that.
But that,
Yeah,
but
but
that's the intention of that
Right.
visit or engagement. Whereas if you're just serving on both, then that's not necessarily the case.
I don't get it. What do you mean?
If someone's coming to present to the board and they're coming to present their board or commission's viewpoint, that is everyone's of the understanding, as is the board that they're coming from, that this person is now going to go and present our consensus to the other board. So that's established, as opposed to someone who is just there permanently being able to decipher what is their opinion versus what is coming from either the consensus or the expertise on the board, I think is that distinction. But I also think this is something, we started this conversation with the housing, the formation of the housing commission. And, perhaps there's work to be done to be more specific on that. But also, I think in charter revision, I think there's also an opportunity to clarify the statutes around this in general for all the boards and commissions, not just specifically to housing, but for all of them. So I think there's two opportunities here, where we can take this conversation and put that input into both.
Yeah, and if I may also just to your initial question of would there be a conflict of interest? And I think what I took from seeing that Housing Commission is often a subcommittee of TPZ, that there's not generally perceived a conflict. Now, some people might always perceive that, but that's not legally the issue. And as Nick pointed out, if there's a specific issue that there's some perception of impropriety or could be, then that person should remove themselves, recuse themselves from an issue. But there's nothing in terms of the law, it seems, and statutes throughout the state that suggest that someone can't serve on both. We may decide to never put someone who's on housing also on TPZ. That might, and as we're appointing people, that might be our choice to do that. But I understand the question. But we did talk about it, and what I took from it is that I don't think it's fair to say that there's an inherent conflict for someone to be on housing and on TPZ.
It's not in violation of the code of ethics. It's not in
I
violation.
understand.
So that means there's
that's
not
been
a
made
conflict
clear.
in terms of being on both.
And I hear that. Not arguing that. I do think it's in our best interest to consider very seriously the optics of conflicts of interest. And we've had a very contentious few months here with zoning and housing. And I think, so that's the lens through which I am presenting this, is to set ourselves up for success and avoid any unnecessary challenges. So I'll leave it at that. I'm on, for sake of time, and I understand, I think that I'm hearing that you guys don't feel the need to make that change. I think that's an important language to integrate.
It's kind of the difference, Mika, between if you're expecting that you have to have a connection, then you should have an ex officio officer. Because that's not a voting member, but that gives you the expertise of the actual commission that you want the expertise from. When you put people on commissions, you're appointing them to the commission with the same reason you appoint anybody else to the commission. Not to represent a different commission, but rather to just be there to give their viewpoints and their best judgments.
We have multiple individuals on both sides of the aisle who are on multiple commissions. Okay?
But there aren't as many commissions that work like housing and TPZ would.
But there's no ethical issue with them on the other commissions. We know that we've checked with legal, we understand from a legal perspective, there's no ethical issue with with them being on the same here.
What I'm saying isn't that it's ethically bad. What I'm saying is that if we put a person on both, then are we saying that, well, that person has to represent housing to TPZ? So that makes them sort of like just a double agent. It doesn't really make them a member of TPZ. And if you want the input, you should make an ex officio member of TPZ that wouldn't have a vote and would be there specifically to provide that information that you want to get, rather than thinking that you're getting it, which you may or may not be getting by virtue of having somebody occupy two roles.
I appreciate you bringing that up, Dave, and I love that idea and support that. And I mean, it was something, especially in the context of the written public comment we received, because I think that was also mentioned in that. Should we integrate or identify ex officio membership here? Because I can see housing being like, and then you're defining it, you're putting it in that box. It's not a voting member of TPZ, but there is that defined path of information sharing. And maybe Conservation Commission could be on housing as ex officio as well. I can see Ag Commission, or, up for us to discuss, but
Yeah.
I think there's value in that approach.
So I think it's fine to bring that back with that input. I mean, and it is something, again, we discussed it, like, could this be a 5-member appointed commission with other ex officios from other areas or designees? So whether that, again, that's someone from TPZ, if it was the town planner, someone from another commission, that's fine. We didn't choose that route in the discussions for this draft, but we can certainly bring it back for discussion on that. Given the input, but it wasn't not considered. This is where we landed. In part, we had this 9 so that we had sort of maximum representation in terms of the minority representation requirements of states. So that's where we decided on 9 electors as opposed to
Yes, and I appreciate that.
So that's the balance, because I think if you end up with 9, plus other fiction, now you're. I think it's challenging to have such meeting in a meaningful way, but I don't object to looking at this again.
We also discussed too, reporting out to the different committees and how we wanted the different commissions to interact with one another to get that feedback. So, we had discussions about, how often should they report to each other, what kind of relationship should they have with each other, so that we were getting the maximum amount of diversity of thought and input from all of the groups, because the reality is they all overlap to some degree in scope.
Okay. All right, so I guess we'll move on from this talking point.
Yeah, we weren't meant to vote on anything
Yeah.
tonight, so this is good that we had a substantial discussion on it. And I think I'm happy to round us back up for a set of input. We have time before our next meeting. Our next meeting also might contain a lot, and maybe we don't actually vote on this next meeting. But that, our thought was that tonight we would discuss March. We would have the potential to vote, but if we're not ready or we need an additional consideration given the input we had, I'm happy to do that and see where it lands in terms of our upcoming robust agendas.
I do have, while we're here with Nick and before that next robust agenda, could I just ask, under the power and duties section, letter C, wait, was it letter C?
I have it up.
I have my note under C, but I thought this note also applies. I guess the legal, having the plan be prepared, in the context of law, wouldn't that be legal counsel's job to vet the references to law and make sure that the plan is in compliance? Because these members aren't lawyers necessarily, right? And
Yeah, I think, like lots of our commissions, they would want to consult with legal, and they would get that support for this document. As I understand the previous plan might have had some issues, but I also believe they, worked with a consultant, and I hope they had addressed this with legal as well. But I would certainly assume and hope that they would be engaging our counsel on this.
I think the reason that's there is mainly just to say that the housing plan is a responsibility of the committee.
the housing plan is the responsibility of the commission.
housing-
Yes,
housing
as it, no questions
It's not
there.
saying that
I
they're
just
supposed
want
to
to,
write laws or,
yeah.
or to
But
vet
there's
them.
been, misinformation or not properly framed information pertaining to law in the plan, and I just didn't know if it was worth adding language to that point that adds a layer, like with legal counsel, or I don't know. I don't know. I'm just trying to make this as bulletproof, and as I know you all are too, but and evergreen. And anyways, so
To that point, though, so the Board of Education has its own legal counsel. Legal counsel to the Board of Selectmen is that advises all of our commissions as well, if they so chose.
Yeah,
Like
as
if
far
they
as I
needed
know.
to reach out
Yeah, they
to
do.
Nick, they had
And-
all of the boards and commissions.
Did legal review the housing plan?
This one?
Yes,
Yeah.
okay.
well,
No, no,
we
no,
had
no,
not this
different.
ordinance. The
Oh, no, the other one.
Legal did not?
So if I could just jump in for a moment.
Are you asking an opinion or a fact?
A yes or no, Joe?
I certainly want to look at any iteration of a housing plan that gets filed with
Yeah, we
the
would,
state
we would run it through either.
before
And
anyone.
it
on
doesn't
behalf
need
of
to
the
be in
town.
the,
It doesn't need to be written.
No.
doesn't need.
I did not look at the last one.
That was my question.
because
Is that
it wasn't
already
here.
an understand? Should be
Yeah,
understood.
I think
is
you should.
the-
Andrea, I hear what you're saying, though. I don't think the language in C actually says that this commission is making the determination and the assessment whether what they're sticking in this plan actually conforms to the law.
Okay.
I think the intention, at least, and maybe we could wordsmith that a little bit just to drive the point home, is that laws are out there that require this housing plan. So that's why they're tasked with that role, specific to a long-term housing plan. But yeah, ultimately, I mean, I would want me to, or someone from my office to have the final look to see, okay, we are hitting all the check
Okay.
marks that we need to under the law.
Thank you. And then I'll email the rest, but my last thing to share in prep for March is in the context of this being evergreen, and maybe this is just me, but like, what is the difference between affordable housing, opportunity housing? I think there was another word used.
Workforce housing?
Do they mean the same thing? Are these synonymous? And are we ensuring that the references to the specific types of housing in this are what we mean them to be? Just thinking in evergreen context.
In terms of the affordable housing references what the state refers to as affordable housing and the criteria that goes along with that. In terms of opportunity housing, that usually refers to a zoning type of a regulation, because if you think about it, our opportunities housing regulations allow for market rate as well as affordable. So they're not interchangeable from that
Okay.
perspective.
Okay.
Affordable is very specific in terms of what the state what the state criteria indicates that it is, as opposed to, and however, affordable housing, workforce housing, and some other names, people do use those interchangeably.
Yeah.
Like
Like conservation and preservation.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. But when it comes to, like, when you talk about when you say opportunity housing, it could mean market rate combined with affordable, as opposed to all of either or.
Okay.
So,
Well, thank you for that
yeah.
clarification.
And I would say, just in the context of our discussion getting to where we are here, we decided that this should really be that the charge should be broad so that it covers the broad range of housing opportunities, as it says in section B there of the powers and duties, that assessing housing needs, identifying
broad
barriers,
range,
and a broad range. So it's not limited to an affordable housing, and that's one of the reasons why we didn't call this an affordable housing commission. The understanding is that the town is going to have broad needs for housing, and that this commission should be searching all of those needs, not specifically or only or exclusively affordable housing as is defined there. But I take your point as to a definition of terms, and I would defer to our attorney if the ordinance should contain a definition of terms or a section. But we wrote it with the idea that this is an inclusive term to all types of housing.
Okay.
Which I think is, when you talk to Evergreen, is more important.
Yes,
to this
I
perspective.
agree.
Yeah, so that was the
So
intention.
does that include ADUs?
No, ADUs
'Cause
is
there-
an entirely different, it could.
Yeah.
ADUs
I
are
guess I'm
a
asking
form-
if this includes AD, like, is there charge?
Yes,
Yeah, it's
ADUs is
broad-
part of the,
it's broad range of
it's
housing.
part of
So
housing.
it doesn't have to
yes.
be explicitly
No.
called out?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, I think at 10:10, I can stop and we can move on.
Well, and
Unless
we can
anyone
follow-
else, obviously.
We can follow up on those ideas, but yeah,
Okay.
Well set?
And I'll send you an email.
great.
Next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Is there any items that anybody feels needs to be removed from the consent agenda? I'll take that
Did we
as,
get tax refunds in our?
No,
Okay.
not this, there are no tax.
There aren't, okay.
They're for this month, no. Well, because normally Pat prepares them
And
at the
she's not-
beginning of the month.
That's,
Zelf's not here, but now our regular meetings at the end, I'm sure she'll have it, so.
it's not a problem, I just,
you
before I
for bringing
voted
it up.
on it,
Yep.
just wanted to
Yes, you didn't lose.
make sure that I had the right information in front of me, that's all.
I'll take a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second.
I'll make the motion, excuse me. And Andrea, second. Any discussion? All in favor? And last item is the board, or the item before the last item is board and commission appointments and updates. And there's a position for Central Regional Tourism District Representative.
Yes, this is a municipal representative appoint. Karen has held that, and we did not officially reappoint her, so we need to do that. at this.
Oh.
So I guess I would make the motion to officially appoint Karen to that role as our municipal representative.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Motion carries.
Any Karen?
Karen Crosby. Please put Karen Crosby in the motion.
Friendly amendment.
I promise, when
Yes.
I write up the letter for you, I'll have your first and last, first and last.
The next item is a 2030 commission update. I think you received the document in here for purposes of explanation. There's a couple of things happening. One, there's less people who are engaged. A few people who have resigned. And what we're doing is we're, at this point in time, we're going to start to try to integrate the functions and duties of the 2030 committee with the EDC. There are 2 members of the EDC are currently acting as liaisons to 2030. So what this is to reduce the number of members on the committee to 5. And the members are there that you see. And then move forward. The charge doesn't change. The charge is the same. And the EDC will be working with them, and there will come a time where we move the responsibilities to EDC. We're not ready for that yet. There's still an additional study that they're working on, and they need to get done.
And isn't 2030 just an ad hoc?
It is indeed.
You appoint,
This is an FYI.
and that's just what is
Correct.
being done.
Correct.
We don't have to vote on it.
You don't have to vote on it. But I do want you to be aware of it, and if there's any concern or objection to it, I'd like to hear it, so.
The chair is Chris, he's
Yes, he
fine with
is.
it? He thought it was a good idea?
Yes, he did. I've spoken to him.
He's been struggling to get a quorum, and I
Mm-hmm. This'll
think
help with that as
that's a
well. Mm-hmm.
big impetus here. But to my understanding, in addition, I think this is a great path forward. I support it. But is it worth adding it seems like there's a lot of work ahead of that.
There's a lot of work.
So should we consider adding 1 or 2 more people?
He feels very
it's-
confident with the 5, and as I say, there are 2
he
individuals.
told you that?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I did speak to him, and there are individuals who will be helping them from an EDC standpoint, who are
Okay.
they're going to their meetings.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So they're really taking part and they're participating in the work that's being done there. They are not voting members.
Okay.
But I don't think, at this point in time, I think it's an appropriate thing to start reducing the committee.
And Mika, if Chris decides 5 isn't enough, what's stopping
He'll-
us from adding?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay, thank
Okay.
you.
And now, we'll go back to the item C under our town council update. And
Or,
That's our
This is,
executive
this is an
session.
executive session. Executive session pursuant to section 1-2006B to discuss strategy with respect to pending claims or pending litigation concerning Connecticut Carpentry and the fire department, the fire training and storage facility project update. With it, we will invite Nick, our town attorney, Nick Pamonte, to join us in public session and ask that everyone else,
In executive.
what did I say, public session? Thank you, getting tired.
Public.
Executive session?
15 PM, I got it, no hearing, so
Hold on, we're inviting Tony as well, right?
And, I'm sorry, Tony, Tony's always welcome. So, or we can let Tony go.
Tony wants to go home.
All right, Tony, I got this.
No, he wants to be here for, Tony definitely wants to be here for this. Thank you, Nick. Okay, we are coming out of executive session. Let it be known that there were no motions made or votes taken in executive session. We'll move on to our next item, and there was one item that was
10:32
tabled at 10:32 PM, thank you. And there was one motion that was tabled, and this is the discussion on the emails. And we will, with the consent of the board, we will table this until our next meeting and can put it on the agenda in a meeting in March. And I say meeting because I suspect there might be more than one. So,
I'll
Very
second
good.
that motion. But we need to.
is there a motion? There was your.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll make the motion that we dispense with that discussion for tonight and take up the town email address discussion at a March meeting.
Second? Andrea? All those in favor? That ends our agenda.
Motion
Make
to
a
Is there
adjourn.
action as required following executive?
No action is required following executive session.
Perfect, that's it.
Motion to adjourn.
Second?
10:33.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.